So it'll be fun. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Make sure you pass underneath the snow before you get.
I don't know.
Making life tough.
What's that? Yeah, that's my job.
It's really nice how the cookies are. Did you have some of the cookies? Donna, did you make those shortbread cookies that you brought in?
Did I?
Yeah, I did.
Maybe
The ones that were in the lunchroom?
Yeah, no, I
Trustees
did.
are.
I came in
trustees are available
earlier,
For anyone who
so
would
for
like
the
to.
staff, but then I figured,
They're awesome.
we all need some love
They're really good.
on Valentine's Day. A long
Lots
meeting.
of opportunity.
And then after yesterday.
What are you afraid of? You made it, right? Jillian would like everyone to know that she made cookies.
And so did
they're
John.
available over there. She's too afraid to say it to
Yeah,
everybody. I don't know why, but they're over there and available, whoever would like to have one or two.
These are really good.
See?
There's
More.
Peanuts. John made the chocolate chip one.
No,
I bet those are really good too.
I don't know what he put in his.
Good luck.
I bet they're good too. I haven't had it yet.
When we have a break.
The middle and left.
Oh,
Are we ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
whenever you're ready, Bob.
All right.
All right. Rock on there, big guy.
This is yours.
All right, are we ready? Please take a seat.
This is
I'd like
yours.
to call this meeting, the regular meeting of the Scio Township Board of Trustees to order. We'll begin with the roll call and then the pledge of allegiance. Please call the roll.
Hathaway,
Present.
Palmer,
Present.
Flintoff, present, Brazo, Barry,
Present.
Noel,
Present.
Riser,
Present.
all here.
Thank you. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And then Clerk Flintoff is asked to give a brief explanation of the technology for those who are participating from home.
Great, thank you. We still have, as always, the ability for people to view and make public comment via Zoom, and that link is available at the top of the agenda. But for those of you at home, you might also notice on the front web page, there's a link next to the meeting that says in progress. For those of you who just want to watch the meeting, you can watch it live streaming from the website. So for a couple of meetings, we're going to use both technologies with the eventual goal of switching over to just one and being able to have people continue to make public comment and view, but without the intermediary of Zoom.
Thank you. That brings us to adoption of the agenda. Are there any proposed changes to the agenda?
I do, because it's my understanding that we have people here to speak on things. Specifically, I think we have, do we have session room, folks? Okay. Do we have Peter Huntley people here? Okay, just you, Joe, sorry. And how many people do we have here on Salt Barn? 2 or 3?
3.
Okay.
You want to move new business earlier
Yeah. Can I move new business?
ahead of unfinished business?
Yes,
Okay.
to accommodate our guests.
Is there any objection to moving new business ahead of unfinished business?
Nope. I just don't want to bump anybody who's here for unfinished business, but if you're confident nobody is, that's fine.
Are there any dogs? Are there any dogs here for the dog ordinance?
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody.
Okay.
All right, no, I don't think there are just things.
That was Candy.
Well, there may be people, there may be staff or so, people who are here for some of the other things, but
Mhm.
inevitably, when you move things around, it makes
Right.
somebody wait, so. Unless there are other, oh, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Trustee Carey.
under consent agenda, there is the KBK. I know it's a short-term contract, but could we discuss that?
You want to move,
Just move
that
it
to new
down.
business?
Just moving
Yeah.
it off.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a request to move item G5 from the consent agenda. That would place it along with others items under new business, so it would be after K3 on new business. Any other changes to the agenda? Is someone prepared to move the agenda as amended? So moved. Moved by Riser,
Support.
support by Palmer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The agenda is adopted. That brings us to communications to the Board of Trustees.
The packet is full. I want to note, I had an oversight and had neglected to put in David Reed's letter about the roads, and it is included there on the township-wide road SAU.
Okay. And that brings us to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. If you are here for the public hearing, I would request that you wait and speak during the public hearing if you're here to speak about Heritage Woods. But otherwise, those people who are present, if you would come forward and take your turn, and then we'll turn to those who are participating remotely who would like to speak during public comment. Is someone prepared to be our timekeeper? For that?
Yes.
Okay.
Steal your stuff.
Anyone present who would like to speak during public comment?
Mark Smith, 4144 West Liberty. Wanted to say thank you to Mark Brazeau and Trustee Hathaway for visiting us at 300 North Sea a week ago Sunday. And just ask and encourage you for us to try to move this forward. If there are questions, we'd love to be able to get on the next agenda for at least establishing a district so we can continue on our path with the county. Just establishing a district obviously doesn't cause you to have to give the tax abatement. It just allows us to proceed down the path. So thank you. And I'm always here for questions. You can email me or call me.
And Mark, just a quick comment since you're here. I did finish up the summary last night.
Yep.
It's just floating around for kind of edits and approval. So we're on it.
I'm gonna go just a wee bit over. I hope you do that. Hi, I'm Kathleen Brand, a Scio resident, spokesperson for Scio fiscally concerned residents. First, we would like to thank the current board for your thoughtful contemplation and actions to right this ship. The majority of this board is intent on doing what's right for the township. Secondly, we would like to thank David Reed for his stewardship and analysis of the township's efforts to improve the roads. Mistakes were made in the past, and he's providing sound advice for making current and future corrections lawfully. His historical knowledge is greatly appreciated. We would like to thank the clerk for her efforts to modernize operations in the township, expanding utilization of efficiency features in the BSNA software, training staff to be better accomplished, and more. It should be recognized that the conflict within the township began when she was elected clerk and began the task of fixing financial issues. Some current and past board members and staff seem to view these process improvements as a threat to their very existence. As distasteful as it is to point out human shortcomings, it is a necessary task. The audit findings show are serious problems within the township. These are focused in the treasurer's office in understaffing in the accounting and finance area. The multiple and repeated audit findings, which never seem to get corrected, are alarming. The Plant Moran auditor went so far as to say he has not seen these kinds of errors in his 30-year career of audits. These include the 2 missed county levies and the loss of taxpayers' checks. The township has been repeatedly late in transferring tax assessment dollars to multiple entities. How can this happen year after year? In reviewing the corrective action plan in the treasury area, these are not actually corrections. For the issue of missing 2 county millage levies, it was stated that there was no way to know of all the millages to be levied. That is a false and absurd statement. The county sent multiple notices of tax levies indicating corrections. To not know would be to ignore the tax notices sent by the county. The issue of failing to provide investment reports is simply answered as it's fixed. We have not seen evidence of this fix. The loss of checks answer is simply to throw your hands up in the air and say, I don't know how it happened. No correction there. If I misunderstand these corrections, I'm willing to listen to further explanation. And finally, we are now calling on this board to take corrective action in the areas which are repeatedly not fulfilling their statutory duties. We recognize there is a specific staffing issues, and we will work jointly with the board to point out and encourage corrections. Our group will continue to gather data and provide this to appropriate agencies to try to fix the problems. Thank you.
Next.
David Reed, Scio Township. Over the last couple of weeks, I sent the board a couple of memos regarding the road SAD. And I'm not sure you all read it because I understand that there's still some thought that the township might do another road SAD starting this winter. And I think it would be illegal to do it. 2013 board was wrong. We should not have used Act 188 in the manner in which we did. Act 188 is meant to repay a loan or a bond. It says very clearly in Act 188, it refers to the township revolving fund or a bond. And it says specifically in section 725 that the board must determine that the project has been completed. Determine the completion of the project. That means, to me, the Act 188 is to pay for work already done. We used Act 188, the board incorrectly, the 2013 board incorrectly used Act 188 to pay for projects not done, pay for projects that we were going to do over the next, we thought, 3 years. That's not what SAD, that's not what Act 188 is for. That's what a millage is for, to pay for future projects. Act 188 is to pay for a loan, pay back a loan. And it specifically says in section 732 that any excess money left over shall be refunded to the parcels so assessed for the SAD. Now, as I understand it, I don't know this for a fact, I've heard it's 1.4 million, 1.8 million, 2 million. There's a bunch of money left in Fund 400. We obviously overassessed, and that money shall be refunded to the parcels that were so assessed. Now, there's some talk, I understand, reading through the project or the board packet tonight, some talk about Park Road and some funding for Park Road, and that there's a match. I think it's like some numbers, couple $1 million match. And I suspect that Fund 400 is being looked at. People are drooling, can't wait to get their hands on that money, but that money doesn't belong to the township anymore. It has to be returned to the residents because the SAD, the 2013 SAD is over as of March 31st, 2023, because the first payment was posted to the 2013-2014 fiscal year. Now this is the 10th fiscal year. This is the end of the SAD. So at the end of the SAD, leftover funds shall be returned. So that 1.4 or 1.8 or $2 million can't be used to pave Park Road. Plus, the original project list had Park Road on it. It did. But we only set aside $200,200 for a gravel lift from Zeeb Road to Liberty. There was never any intention. I was on the 2013 board. I was on the 2013 road committee. There was never an intention to use that road SAD to pave Park Road. There was not enough money to pave Park Road. We had $200,000 set aside for gravel lift. So if anything, of that $2 million, the only thing that can be used for Park Road is $2,200,000, because that's what was set in the roll when the roll was set in 2013. So that's, I've heard the phrase black letter law. I'm not sure that that Act 188 is black letter law, because the way the thing is written, Julian, I think you've read like 19 times now, and every time you read it, you come up with a different thing. You find something else that the township has done wrong. I listed 8 things we did wrong in my memo from February 4th that the township has done wrong. And I'm sure there's a number of other things. Let's not repeat the mistake. Let's not repeat history. If you want to continue to fund township-wide improvements that improve the township for the entire township, as well as the general public, people from Dexter drive on our roads. They're not getting a special benefit.
Maybe you're at 4 minutes.
Okay. Don't do another SAD.
Next.
Good evening. Alan Bourbano, representing Low Density Parkwood. A brief update on my last presentation, 3 topics. First, the FOIA request associated with the proposed underground detention system. The idea was to find any such similar extreme solution that already exists in Scio. 10 were found by Mr. Thompson and OHM. 8 cost money to further explore. 2 were identified as commercial. A car dealership on Jackson Road and the brand new Panera going up on Zeeb. We assume none of the other 8 were residential. It's hard for us to believe any such solution is anything but commercial in application, which is probably true in most communities. Second, the Planning Commission go back for site plan 21021. This was a discussed resolution passed on October 25th. We believe that to be a rightful direction based on the numerous design changes made. There were no less than 5 site plan drawings issued since November of 21. We respectfully remind the Board of Trustees of their responsibility to act on that and wonder how that will be communicated. Number 3, as you are aware, 2 factions exist at Parkwood. In early December, we became aware of the prospect that the governing Parkwood board might unilaterally act to approve this project without co-owner vote. So flash forward to the present regarding an easement for a proposed 15-inch diameter pipe that would go across Parkwood property into the U of M drain. Our bylaws speak of a 67% co-owner vote required to approve an easement. Related, I will now distribute a February 8th attorney letter served by Low Density Parkwood upon the governing Parkwood board. This is a kind of a for your information type of thing for trustees.
I think we got this, but I'll take another copy.
This is our letter to our board.
From Sam?
Yes.
Yep.
You have that letter?
Yes, but I'll take another
You
copy.
have
Okay.
it, but others don't.
Okay.
Keep them straight. Well, I can't.
Yeah. Take it.
With that, I close with the usual. This project is not in the spirit of the Scio master plan. Thank you for your time.
Next. Is there no one else present in the hall who would like to speak during public comment? In that case, I guess we are ready for those who are participating remotely.
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. First up, we've got Ryan Yapple and then Paula G. Ryan?
Good evening, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. Just two things this evening, very quickly. First off, thank you to Clerk Flintoff for working with Manor Costerison to get our records updated through the end of the year. That is an excellent thing that will help us move forward and make sure that we're ready for the audit as we go through that process again and hopefully also work through the budget. I did notice we have a budget and finance committee meeting scheduled again on Thursday, and there's no agenda posted for that. So I was curious if we are going to have a meeting for that on Thursday as it's scheduled. One other thing I did notice going through the grant that we're looking to accept later this evening, it did have, as far as what the grant breakout was from Donald Zinsky, it had just local funding, which was somewhat described, but was somewhat vague. It said it could come from the road SAD, which, as David Reed said, is potentially problematic, especially because it's coming up against the deadline for that and doesn't seem likely. It did say it could come from DDA funds, which is a possibility if it was available. And it highlighted a couple other sources. It did say we could amend this budget. I just would like to see, I'm sure several other people would like to see a more detailed breakout of what local funding we're going to use, specifically from what funds and what fund balances. Thank you, everybody.
Next up is Paula G. Paula?
Yeah, good evening. I'm Paula Globerson, Scio resident. At the last RAC, February 1st, a lot of discussions. And then I think I understood that there was a vote that they're going to put up funds for an engineering study. And there's still some problems to there. Joe Maynard had a email at one point saying, well, people might be very upset about cutting out all the trees for the culverts. I don't live on Rolling Wood at all, but I wouldn't want a high-speed paved road down my backyard. But each to his own. But I think that's a problem. Where's that money coming from? I mean, if the different very informative pieces that David Reed wrote with his information and history with the road commission. And I want to point out too that the road commission, this one was formed because there were so many problems the way SADs were done. So where's that engineering funding going to come from? And are the people, if it just like, I think it was Park Ridge, but maybe it was Daleview, that people were being charged for engineering and then decided not to do the project, but then they were stuck with paying for engineering funds. And it might have been, I thought they said 125,000, but I could be wrong on that. And I had pointed out in that meeting that Grosse Pointe Woods decided to do this project with a health clinic, and then the Board of Education was doing it, and then they're going to give it over to Henry Ford Hospital, and then it was voted out. But the school board and all the taxpayers are now responsible for that. Secondly, I think since Kathleen Brandt has a signed petition of, I think it's close to 100 of us, that I think she deserves more than 3 minutes of speaking time when she's representing the people with the finances. And I also want to say about the Parkwood, everybody be aware that they're doing the Eagle study. It follows our wetland guidelines. And also, I just want to say to Alan that there's actual Michigan statutes that belong to what and how HOAs, not just with their bylaws, but because things have been problematic with PUDs and HOAs and condos, there are specific laws regarding the obligations of HOAs when there are problems. And I'll be interested to see the discussion about the plant Miranda. I'd like to see a breakdown if we would have gone ahead and done what the clerk and Donna Palmer wanted to do for the audit, because I looked at the 2018 audit and they were missing and some of the very same issues. And now I'm glad Plant Moran is going to go in there and address the Department of Treasury and this malfeasance that possibly could occur.
Paula, you're at 4 minutes. You're
All
just
right.
over 4 minutes.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Paula. Next up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Bill Doty. Rob?
Rob Pattinson, Scio Township resident. Last fall, I began itemizing the Foster Swift charges to Scio Township. As of November, we were at $118,578.08. Since November, the Foster Swift payments have vanished from any reports. It's now February, and we have no idea what Foster Swift charged for December. Since we're averaging about $11,000 a month in legal fees charged by Foster Swift, it seems that we're in the neighborhood of $130,000 for 2022. I think this is an extreme example of how the mismanagement of Scio Township has cost us. The fire department needs a new truck because of the one that was damaged on the highway. That's in the neighborhood of $50,000 or $60,000. We need 3 new firefighters. That's $120,000 a year. So there's the value that we could have had in the township instead of the lack of value that we received. So please let us know how much Foster Swift has charged in December of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I'll respond to that after public comment. Next up is Bill Doty. Bill?
Good evening. This is Bill Doty, 465 Woodgrove Drive. I'm just raising my hand to support my other fellow Parkwood residents in support of lowering the density for SP 21021 and reducing the stormwater that goes in the U of M Lake drain. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Any other interested public? Please raise your Zoom hand. There are no more members of the public.
All right,
Will, can I just respond to that question briefly?
if you would like.
And then I want to respond to some.
I just received the Foster Swift bill today. It was under $1,500 for the month of December. So I will note the market decrease since this board stopped asking Foster Swift to be present for every single board meeting. So the cost reduction has been dramatic.
Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to respond to Kathleen. I spoke to Kerry Vaughn from State Treasury. He's a CPA there. We have spoken twice. I recently spoke to him about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And he told me that Scio Township is slated to be reviewed in this next month by the State Treasury Office. And someone in their office will do a detailed review of what we have submitted recently and the issues in the audit. And he said they probably will be reaching out to Scio for enhanced reporting. They've got a whole structure that they use for enhanced reporting when there have been irregularities in a township. I also spoke to him about the Local Financial Stability and Choice Act, MCL 141.1544. He told me that this hasn't been used in Michigan in years. And in fact, there are currently bills pending in the state legislature to get rid of this. So for what that's worth, I just beginning information.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, that brings us to approval of the minutes. We have one set of minutes. This is the regular meeting of January 24th. Proceed through. Are there any corrections to page 1? Page 2. Yes. Page 3. Page 4. 5. Page 6.
One correction. Item H4 did not exist. So I'll strike that and just fold into the reference to John Reiser's January 24th Planning Commission report being included in the packet under H3.
Wondered about that. Page 7. Page 8. On page 9, at the top of the page, in the first bullet point, I was trying to make sense out of that text. I think in the second line, the word "in" maybe would make more sense if it was "and." And if a comma was placed after as had already been stated, comma,
Okay.
I think that makes that bullet point make more sense. And then
Okay.
and then down below, under motion passed by voice vote, in the last sentence, I think what I said was Hathaway had indicated to Benson that he thought the board would support her reappointment. I don't recall making a personal commitment. But I did think that she would be reappointed if she so indicated a preference to be. Are there any other corrections on page 9?
No.
Page 10? Page 11? In the middle of the page, again, I was trying to make sense out of this text. So in response to questions, consultant Nordstrom said the plan could be amended once a year. I think he said after February 1st,
Yes.
following a public hearing.
Okay.
And then page 12, page 13, there are no further corrections. Is someone prepared to move approval of the minutes as corrected?
I would move for.
All right, so moved by Noel, support by Reiser. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, minutes are approved. That brings us to the consent agenda.
No, new business first, right?
Oh, no, I think we moved new business ahead of unfinished business.
Unfinished. Okay.
I move the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Reiser, support by Brazeau. All those in, wait, I'm sorry, we have to have a roll call because it contains payments.
And per our rules of order, yes, sometimes I forget to say yes.
That moves us to next item, which is reports. So we have written reports submitted. Are there any questions?
Kathy, your 4 minutes is up. That's all right.
Kathleen.
Yeah.
It's Kathleen.
Okay, Kathleen, your 3 minutes.
Yeah. Kathleen's are very particular about that.
I mean, John.
That's right. Johnny.
Johnny.
So our agenda item that we are at is reports, and we have written reports submitted. Are there any questions for those who written reports? Trustee Noel.
I did have a question for you, Julian.
Yes.
On yours.
Yeah.
Okay. So on page, mine is page 74, yours might be different. The second page of your report.
Okay, under,
Park Road, west of Zeeb to Cedar Ridge. In reading it, I got the impression that you made it sound like paving Park Road is a done deal. And you didn't say that, but okay, I just wanted to call your attention to it because I had watched the meeting and I didn't come up with that same conclusion.
no, we had a discussion, well, about Park Road, and there's a lot of, vehicles going through Arbor Point, so there's a safety issue, and that's what we were addressing. So the project, no, we're not talking about the project, we're talking about the safety. So I was paraphrasing leaving my, just making it as factual as possible as far as the what's here and not from my own point of view. A little difficult afterwards, and then rewatching the meeting, so 2 meetings. But no, there's just safety issues, so we were brainstorming some ideas for the immediate to help those residents. So I apologize for the confusion. Yes.
I had a follow-up question. It said the committee decided to include, it's talking about the proposed budget that I know RAC passed on to Mark, who's pulling it together for the board. The committee decided to include $150,000 for preliminary engineering for paving contingent on legal review of the township-wide road SAD funds. Have you gotten that legal review yet?
No.
And what is the legal question that RAC has?
Well, can we use any of that money, the township-wide road SAD money, because we've had the 10 payments, and if we follow the formula in Public Act 188, once that last payment, because in the act, the improvement is supposed to be finished first, and then the last payment is the last of that special assessment district, or a special assessment. So this is where we don't know if we can use that money or not.
Right.
So that's why the 150,000 was put in there just in case, but only upon legal review. So we're in that process. We've been speaking with our attorneys.
Okay.
And they will be eventually.
Okay. And to the question earlier, in my report, I included the balance sheets and the revenue and expenditures, thanks to Rebecca and Manor Costerison. I put them in Monday, so we now have numbers that are, I think, reliable, caveats always. But Fund 400 has $1,651,000 in it as of today. So 1.65.
So today was the last day of tax collection, correct?
Well, no,
Or no?
today was the last day.
Month.
Yeah, this is as of January 31st.
Okay.
So let me be clear, as of January 31st, 1.65.
Okay.
So that doesn't yet consider the tax collection.
So yeah,
So it'll be much more.
Fund 400.
Yep.
And for those of us who don't speak in.
Township-wide road SAD,
Okay.
that is that issue tonight.
So the 60,000 we did set aside because that Park Road has never been improved over the 10 years, that part of it. Now, the other part has going to Liberty. Now, there's still questions about Stabler up to Cedar Ridge and if that's ever done, but according to some residents along there, no. So we felt that 60,000, and this is a budget, so it can be, but that is really the only amount that we feel because we haven't spent that. Great, okay, was that the last, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. I do have a question for Will and Mark though, then, too, on another issue. So I know you had the site visit to the proposed development property on Reed, and I'm surprised there wasn't a report in the packet.
It's coming, it's still a draft, it's coming.
Okay, can
I
you
got
just
it.
give us a verbal report, a little bit of information?
I just want to make sure everything is, I hate reports that aren't accurate, so I'm just a little hesitant to do that. I just like to prepare the final report. It's in draft mode right now. I've sent it off to John. Just from a legal
I
aspect,
see.
just from
Okay.
a here to therefore have I done the correct
Gotcha.
analysis, if you will, on it. And then I asked Will because Will came to the site with me.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason I just chose those two over
Yeah.
anybody else, was the only logic tree behind that.
And then it will
Who
go to
else?
legal, our legal counsel, correct?
Well, I'd like to run it by Kathy and then by you and then by Jess again, and by Mark, have you review it as well. And then we can run by legal as a final before we
Okay.
shoot it out. Yeah, I think it should probably go legal first. And Don, if you'd like to look at it as well. So I'm not trying to X anybody out.
No, not at all. I was just curious.
I'm just a believer that if you assign it to me, I should go do it, right? I assign something to you, you go do it. If we all have to do it, then why do we have people?
No, and I
decide?
appreciate
Yeah.
you leading on it and
Yeah.
taking it on. I know Mark's working with Andrea and trying to get all the right info together.
So,
Did you have further questions?
Who went with you on the visit?
and Mark Smith, the owner.
Mark led us through
Okay.
to see the whole site.
Yeah, we
Well,
spent
the
like
main building anyway.
30 minutes there. We didn't go to like the vault building or any other building, but we have a pretty good feel of what needs to be done.
But you didn't go on the visit.
I was skiing.
And other folks could have gone. I had no idea that people would want to go to a building that had asbestos, but
Well, I heard other people had gone and I might have been interested if you had offered.
I certainly would have offered, had I known you would want to have gone to a, it'd be like, hey, do you want to go to the sewer cleaning party? Like, somebody want to go do, right?
You took pictures though, right?
Yeah, you take pictures. Yeah, yeah.
I took pictures and Mark took pictures.
And I think once you see the pictures, you'll say, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have gone. I mean, yeah, it was a hard hat area requiring mass. There's asbestos in the air. You know, you could somewhat deem it as a semi-dangerous site. So it wasn't the kind of thing I assume people would go, hey, can't wait to go. Sounds great. So it's more out of respect than it was out of being clandestine.
All the more reason to hopefully get it going in a good way.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's
Sounds really.
I can send you the draft report today if you want to see it. That's fine. I'm not.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, not tonight, we've read too much.
Yeah.
It's late night.
That's why her hair's the way it is.
Are there any other questions for reports?
Just a couple notes on the corrective action plan that we submitted. A couple things, just as a heads up, that Mark's working on, that's coming to the board soon, that would address two of our corrective actions, is the 1.5 million loan forgiveness, as well as the OPEB, and Mark's taking the lead on that. Another area I need some help on is, John, I need a meeting with you and Barry Lonick to talk about LPC, kind of coordinating that. motions to the board. And then Will, I didn't know this wasn't included.
It's a weird Gelman report.
Yeah,
It wasn't my doing.
no. You
It looks
sent,
like a
you,
picture.
well, what happened is you sent me an email and then I tried to print your email as your report. And somehow it instead printed the entire screen.
Of your computer.
And I didn't catch it until I was going through the
Okay.
agenda today and I was like, well, what happened here? So I don't know, some technical thing on in my troublesome computer. But it's certainly not intentional to mix your report together with, I think someone used to say, it's sort of like looking in my sock drawer, but yeah.
We've been having issues
So,
in-house too.
Kathy, on Gelman, it would be great if you and Will or Mark, whoever needs to put your heads together for a budget estimate about how much we'll need for legal fees for Gelman for the coming year. Hopefully not much, but
I didn't know we were gonna, okay.
I'm just
This is
suggesting.
the first I've been told that.
Well, somebody needs to take lead on it. So
Okay.
Mark, if you, I mean, somebody needs
No, I
to.
think we can just,
Okay.
you and I can handle it. We've done it
Yeah.
before. All right,
Mr. Supervisor, we had talked earlier about a meeting on the 21st of March. Dedicated to budget-related items. And it seems since everybody's here, we might want to finalize that if that's acceptable. Our normal meetings would be on March 14th and March 28th. This would be one in the middle and would allow us to have an opportunity to address the budget on the 21st, hopefully for passage, but if not, we'd have a fallback date on the 28th.
is there any objection to having that special meeting?
So the proposal would be to deliberate, or Mark, I think I just heard you say that we might adopt the budget on the 21st.
Well, I think it might be in our interest to be prepared to do that.
Okay.
Be able to do that if we're ready, and if we're
Right, or
not,
in part or something.
Yeah.
Because it's coming right down to the wire if we don't.
Yeah, it gives us.
I understand the calendar.
Right. I don't mean to be.
No, it's fine. I just want to, yeah, okay.
So what time on the
Be 7 o'clock.
first, the same?
Yeah, it'd basically be adding another meeting on that, on what would normally be an off Tuesday.
Budget focused.
But yeah,
Budget, okay.
it's completely focused
Okay.
on the budget.
I'd offer a motion then, if that date and time works for everybody. A motion to call a special meeting of the Board of Trustees for the purpose of discussion and possible action on proposed appropriations for fiscal year end 24.
I would support that.
Moved by Flintoff, support by Riser. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, we have scheduled a special meeting. And are there any other comments or questions about reports?
Well, do you want mine?
Well, I was going to turn to you.
Oh, no,
but-
go ahead. If you have a report, yeah, we want to hear it.
I gave you a copy. Everyone's got a written copy with you. And there's one comment I wanted to make regarding one of the investment pieces. I'm sure many of us have heard about Credit Suisse and their struggles. And just to let you know, all of the pieces that are showing here are gone. They've been reinvested in something else. Oh, through with, working with the advisor that I work with at Comerica, we've been watching this and they're gone. Because this is as December 31st.
Right.
Okay.
So since December 31st, you finished moving everything
Yes.
from Credit Suisse?
Yes, we're out.
And is that still commercial paper?
Yes, that's all we can invest in.
Okay.
Or treasury notes, that kind of thing, but
Okay.
no, it's commercial paper, no stocks, nothing. We're not allowed.
And how long's the note or how long are the terms of those?
What I just did,
No, like the commercial paper.
oh, right here, gives you the mature dates.
Okay.
On these, in these that were in place December 31st.
On the new one, is the new one like
2-year paper, 1 year? Okay, all right,
I don't know, I don't
All
go beyond a year.
all right.
And right now with interest rates doing whatever, it's probably not a wise idea.
Short-term
Keep it
commercial.
short.
Okay.
Now, you were talking about dollars and cents. All of this is cash. So I haven't done a total. I would be glad to work that into the spreadsheet or document. So this is cash, folks. That may give you an idea of what's also what cash is in the banks.
Trustee Carey, it appeared that you had a question.
LPC, no report. I mean, we have things on, they're listed here for reports and there's no reports. And Supervisor Hathaway, do you have a report?
I don't have a report.
Okay. For Jessica, did you?
I have a 3-page report in here.
Will you be speaking on any of it? I have
Not
some
unless anybody has
questions. I
questions.
have a
Yeah,
question.
questions.
Okay. So reading through, and I'm sorry, I have too much open here. Oh, this is for the board as well. So when will the board be briefed by legal on Clerk Flintoff's lawsuit?
Would you like a briefing?
Well, of course. I mean, the board is being sued and I don't remember it ever being discussed even before I was on the board.
I don't think we can discuss legal matters when they're in a process like that. Am
No,
I wrong
legal,
in that?
our attorney can have a conversation with us and I haven't received anything. I don't know what's going on.
Well.
The board
you
has never discussed it.
You should have received an email. Have you not received
No.
an email from Foster Swift at all?
When, an email from when?
I thought that there was an email with an update on filings just recently.
No, I did not get anything.
No, I haven't either.
Oh, let me see.
I think the board should decide how they want to hear from the attorney. I mean, not just on this matter, but on any of them.
Well, we get periodic updates on Gelman from our attorney. And I agree, it's time for an initial report on this lawsuit. And I know there were issues to work out in terms of how it would be conducted, who would, and that would be for Mike and your attorney to work it out, I think.
I'm open to any constructive step. I think it's frankly a little, I know it's awkward, but I think it's irresponsible for the board to be being sued by me or anybody and not having talked about it.
Well, I think the question is, should you be part of the meeting? Because, on one hand, you're both the plaintiff and the defendant, right? So I think that's where it probably gets a little weird.
I think
Right.
everybody feels weird, but I think it's
Yeah.
responsible to actually talk about it.
Oh, I'm not saying.
Yeah, and
we're talking
there
about
are
the
ways
question-
to figure it
The
out.
question is, should you be present when we talk about it? The other question is, how much of those issues today are still germane? So obviously that's your opinion, right? I mean, how you feel about that are, have the large number of your, I think 3 issues I understood that you had challenged with, have those been largely resolved?
So it sounds like the board hasn't been briefed on the filings.
No,
So
should we not?
There was an email, but I do see that you were somehow omitted. I did not notice this, Jillian.
The only thing I know about the lawsuit is that was on the website and I read through it.
So all the filings are public. I filed my brief at the Court of Appeals on Monday, February 9th, challenging the board's overreach. It is posted on our website per this board motion to post things on the website. It is at the Court of Appeals. You all have your attorney's phone number. I don't know what else to say. I do believe, Kathy, there's a way to do it. I mean, I think the board can have a meeting and discuss it. If the board, this is the very first time the board's raised it, so I think that's a good step.
Well, I believe it's our responsibility to
I
be.
believe it is too.
I still think we have to be very careful discussing something that still isn't final.
Well, we're not discussing the
Legally.
details. We're just discussing to have some type of briefing because
I'm
again,
open to, figuring out how it can be done. It's not that, but I think the board needs
So
to
can we-
decide if they want
Sure.
to.
We'll call our attorney.
So we're asking that a future agenda item include an update on the litigation, and it might be something we have to go into closed session for.
Okay.
And it might be something that, you know, I don't know if it would be appropriate for one of the parties to be part of that when the others are getting that advice, like Mark alluded to.
Right.
So,
That has to be talked about.
Yeah.
Those are all surmountable
Yeah,
issues.
yeah,
Can we
I mean-
can we task
yeah,
the township?
I was just gonna
manager?
ask, Mark Thompson to add that to as an agenda item. Update on litigation. It could be a closed session.
And I
So-
forwarded to you the last
Thank you.
email that we got.
Thank you. One other question, reading through your report here.
Mhm.
And hopefully I can read my handwriting. The BS&A CRUD policy,
Yes.
yes. Will this satisfy the journals and ledgers under MCL 41.65 you are requesting to be returned? Or is that something we can't ask? I don't know because I haven't been briefed.
You can ask me anything.
Okay.
I don't know what your attorney would tell you to ask me. All of these issues are totally out in the public. There's nothing that has not happened at this board table. So, Donna and I just had a chance to sit down. She's been in tax season. It's evolving. I'm making an honest effort to make a very good policy that's aligned with the statute. So, we'll see.
All right.
So you're done or close or almost? Okay, good.
I think we're close.
So I mean, that was the big issue. I mean, that was always my understanding, the biggest.
I mean, I
Concern.
don't think there's ever been a big issue with Donna and me. on
No.
access.
I didn't mean that's in terms of your access to the systems. That's what I meant, was getting that returned back to its correct pattern so you could.
Correct, yeah, and Donna, I think I can generally say, we talked through kind of the framework of kind of using roles, because BSNA is
Yeah.
hundreds and hundreds of permissions. And we also talked about, is this a fair statement, Donna? You seem as committed as I am to making sure each of us can carry out our statutory responsibilities with the,
I've always been there with that.
I know you have.
Key word. And I'll say it again, I don't know for the umpteenth time. Our responsibilities have never been taken away. We are responsible for making sure the records, everything that we have to do is correct. General ledger, it says that. But
journals and
we
ledgers.
personally, no longer in Scio Township, can do all the detail, all the getting it in the system. We can't, we're too big.
And I agree with you on that too.
So I take it that way. I don't do that stuff.
But what's nice about role-based access is, segregation of duties where we need it, right?
And we do that.
And also delegation of duties is kind of the point Donna's talking about. So something we share is, for example, receipting is one of Donna's responsibilities. Journalizing is one of mine. Each of us needs to be able to say who may do that to ensure that it's being done up to the standards that we're each responsible for carrying out.
That's true.
So just a couple of closing comments on that. I mean, because you guys know I somewhat kind of kicked this off back in December, so two comments. One is to make sure that happens, we have it documented so it can't be changed, right? So once you two feel that, hey, this is, the parameters of the system are set up to where you two are satisfied, we have a record that the clerk will maintain, this is the way it's supposed to be, and nobody can change that record, right? So that protects you, make
Right.
sure things don't go out of whack.
What it can be changed now because it's board policy. It would become board policy.
Oh, we'll make it that things don't change unless there's a really strong reason why something has to change, right? So that was my view of the role. And I just wanted to clarify that role-based I didn't know they had a role-based policy mechanism.
They don't have it. I'm just using it as a framework for the policy.
No worries. I just wanted to clarify that CRUD is typically the way you make a software call. I
Yeah,
just try to use it as a simple thing for everyone to
I read a
understand.
couple papers.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
not theoretically
Yeah.
the way you set up a security model. So I just want to make that clear. It just was something I thought everybody could wrap their head around.
And it's stuck.
easily. Yeah, I know, because that's, right? It's a good term.
If there aren't any other questions or comments about reports,
There was no report for planning because they didn't meet last night. In LPC, the only thing to report was we went into closed session to talk about something that I can't talk about.
Okay.
So that's it.
Okay.
thanks for a short report. All right, let's move on then, if we may, to our public hearing. This evening, we have a public hearing on development proposal for, is called Encore at Heritage Woods Village, final PUD site plan. And that's FSP number 22011. And we have with us this evening a team from the development side to speak to that. It includes Daniel Johnson and Joe Maynard. And do you also have Joe Naraki with you or no? Yes, okay. And then we have several people participating remotely who are also part of the team. And you, I understand that's Alan Green, Ted Erickson, and Anthony Dowson, is that right? Okay, so just Alan and Ted? So Alan Green and Ted Erickson.
That is on. I don't see Alan. I see a Michael Bernari.
But we could begin with a
Oh, there's
presentation.
Alan.
We could begin with the presentation from the development team, and then we'll move into the public hearing, hear from those members of the public who are either here in person or participating remotely who would like to speak during the public hearing. If you guys would like to introduce yourselves and plunge ahead.
Mr. Supervisor and trustees, good evening. My name is Daniel Johnson. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. We have Jerry Smith and his wife Barbara in the audience, representing the property owners. Jerry decided to give Barbara a Valentine's Day out, I guess, tonight. So as you mentioned, Joe Maynard, who you know is with me here, Alan Green, our legal counsel, is on by Zoom, and Ted Erickson as well, our project engineer for the community wastewater utility system, is on by Zoom. And Joe Nowaki is in the audience, a representative from Trilogy Health Services, which is part of the senior living facility component of the project. So as a follow-up to our board approval last May on the preliminary PUD process, we wanted to share with the board a very brief overview of the project and any minor updates that
Thank you.
So if you could enable the screen sharing, please.
You're able to share. Oh, not yet. Yeah, I don't. No, I'm not seeing you.
I see you. I see the board, I see the audience. You see insight?
No, something, honestly, I see that I have a list of 21 attendees, but I can only see the top 6 names for some reason.
Okay.
Raise my hand if that helps.
It did help. Thank you. I'm promoting you to a panelist and then you should give it a go.
Thank you.
Sorry, something quirky is happening.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm rejoining at this point, so bear with me a second.
Yes. And then you can take it away.
Okay. We'll try and make this brief because I know that Mark has a date at 11 o'clock, so. Can everyone see that okay?
Yep.
So again, you've for those of you who were here last May, you've seen a little bit of this. The project is based on really the demographic shift and the aging nation as it's described. It's from an excerpt from a Harvard study that was done in 2019. And this summarizes really what we think is a looming crisis in senior housing, which is what this project is all about. And just in terms of a brief overview for our process with the township, we started our efforts really right about the time that COVID started. We went through a series of planning commission meetings resulting in the your approval in May of 22 or early last year for preliminary PUD. And then in terms of final PUD process, which is really focused on a lot of details in engineering primarily, the planning commission approved the project or made recommendations to the board to approve the project. And we're here this evening tonight. So as a quick overview, the project really isn't any different than it was in May in terms of what it's about. These are the major components of the project. It's really three components of housing. You have villas that are a lease product. You have some duplexes, which are a for sale product. And then you have the senior living facility, which is assisted living facility, other services. And then there are some solar farm that's also part of the project. Fundamentally, the project is the same. In terms of the updates, really are focused on the senior living facility. So following the board meeting in May, we came to an agreement to come to Trilogy Health Services. At that point in time, we've integrated their prototype plan into the project, which resulted in reduction in the height of the building from a combination of 1, 2, and 3 story to a combination of 1 and 2 story building. Site plan facility, the orientation was, and I'll show this briefly, was modified slightly to preserve some more trees and do some more adjustment to this property line, and the size of the project from a unit count is essentially the same with the square footage reduction indicated there. Again, here's the site plan, and again, the main component that's slightly changed is the part that's in the middle on the right-hand side in the middle, which is the senior living facility. And there it is in a blown up situation. We modified it, twisted the footprint a little bit and to preserve trees on the site, which is an increase the setback on the east side. This is a diagram of the main entrance, which is on the south side of the facility into the assisted living component of the project. And then on the north side of the facility is the entrance for the health administration and the memory care entrance. Nice looking project. Trilogy has done, it's 13 locations within Michigan. They're headquartered in Louisville, Kentucky, and they have about 130 locations in the Midwest area. This is the floor plan that correlates with that. It's primarily 1 story. There's one section that's a 2-story wing on the, what would be the south side. This summarizes basically the nature of the rooms and the beds and the bed count, et cetera. I just point out that this is we'll have a component of licensed nursing beds, which are licensed by the state of Michigan. We've issued a certificate of need for that, which is part of the project. And there is, again, a memory care, as I mentioned before, component of the project as well. In terms of the average demographics that would be associated with the facility, the average age is 85. Typically, it's 60-40 split between male and female. The residency period is on average about 3.5 years, and this would employ 120 people on 3 shifts. It's a 24-hour facility. As I mentioned, they have 13 other locations in Michigan. And again, this is a sort of host of services typically provided by, which highlight the ones at the top: skilled nursing, memory care, physical therapy, and medication management are really important to this facility, along with the 24-hour staffing and response system. The second component of the project, unchanged, are the ranch style villa units, which are, again, a for rental product. They're about 1,400 square feet, 2-bedroom with a den or a component. There are 149 of those. And likewise, the third component of the project are duplex units, which would be a for sale product. 3-bedroom, about 1,700 square feet. And then to quickly summarize the potential community benefits, just to highlight a few. The project really was conceived from responding to the elderly housing objectives in the township's master plan. And the project features over 61 acres of open space. The whole site is about 105 acres, so 61 is pretty significant. There are land conservation areas. We've maintained the rural character of Marshall Road, which we felt was important to the project, preserving the original farmhouse on the property. There's really no resident traffic that flows onto Marshall. As I mentioned earlier, predominantly one-story cluster-type housing, typically there's a 100-foot buffer at all sides of the project. Part of the project includes a community pathway, which is something near and dear to the township. And the project also, we believe, is very progressive with respect to environmental sustainability issues, including a solar farm, EV charging for all of the one-story components of the project, LEED or energy certification for the duplexes and villas, so on and so forth. And I mentioned 120 jobs. In addition, there will be construction jobs through the duration of the project, would be roughly 2.5 years of 800 to 900, and benefits to the local tax base. In addition to that, the community benefits would also include the pathway, public pathway connection, which I mentioned earlier, contribution to the utility water system, and a contribution to the township fire and emergency systems. And those monetary goals would be proportionally consistent with other recent PD projects in the township, for example, Crossroads. So once again, the purpose of the project, just to reiterate, is elderly housing, supported by your 2015 master plan, supported by your 2021 master plan, supported by SEMCOG demographic data, supported by the targeted market and demand study, and supported by the state of Michigan certificate of need for assisted living beds. There are currently, as you know, no assisted living facilities within Scio Township. We'd like to thank you for your continued support and consideration. And just to mention, since our friends, Mr. Ted and Mr. Spicer are here, that we have Alan online for us, our representative, legal counsel, who has had discussions with Mr. Lucas. And I would like to reserve time for him to speak at some point during this presentation.
All right. Is there anything further, Joe, or anyone else from your team wants to add? Or?
I can just do a quick update as far as our review status goes with the Township Engineer, Planner, and Water Resource Commission. We've had great extensive conversations with them, page turns regarding the last review letters that were issued. All those have been reissued. We've been working with OHM to get the water permits issued to the state, sanitary permits issued to the state. So all our permits are in process, and several of them are actually in place at this time. So
I would just add also on the legal document front, there's really 3 categories of documents that our attorneys are working on with the township attorneys. There's the master deed and bylaws, that whole category, which is there's a development agreement, which Alan's been working on with, well, I think, created utility system agreement, which likewise Alan has been working on with Mariah Fink on. So I think those are in the 90% range done.
That's the conclusion of the presentation. I'd like to open the public hearing at 8:11. This is an opportunity for members of the public to speak with anything that they would like to raise, any concerns they'd like to raise, or anything they would like to say in support of the proposed Encore at Heritage Woods Village final PUD site plan. Would you like to begin, Mr.
Unless
Lucas?
somebody else wants to go first.
You're already here. You're already in place.
Likely. Well, that looks like a lovely development. I'm sure my wife would like to put me in one of those rooms soon, but that being the case, you know, this is an opportunity, obviously, to address a number of things that I think are important. My clients own property, as you know, the location of the property, they're located, what would be the south east corner of this development, the parcels that they own, ribbon parcels. I don't have the map, but I can't even connect to your Wi-Fi for some reason. Otherwise, I'd put up something.
Yeah.
I'll just talk, and you guys know what I'm talking. First of all, one of the things that would occur, as I understand it, this has been reviewed by your people from Carlisle, Wharton, were excellent land use planners, I might add. Worked with them for many years, and work with them in many communities now. And I think OHM is your engineering group. They're good people too. I work with them over in Superior Township and a number of other places where I represent. But I think that what concerns my clients, number one, is the fact that, you know, in order for this development to go through, one of the things that has to occur is the access point that they're looking at right now. Right now, my clients have direct access back onto the road. And as a consequence of this development, they will not. They'll have to go through and do a kind of a Michigan left turn to get back to their property in order for them to access the property. And that might be okay if my clients had commercial property at that point, at this point, but they don't. That's just the residences that are there. And they don't, there's not some big parking lot back there that they can use this turnaround and turn into that and go in. And it's going to concern them in terms of the use of the access. There is no agreement as of this point relative to the easement. And I understood that, you know, that was one of the conditions that the planning commission had said, was that there must be good faith negotiations for the development of the easement. Now, I have asked for and received from Mr. Green what the proposal was. And my problem with that is that I'm not sure that there's really anything being offered to my client short of just, you know, we'll let you hook up and we'll give you a nice curb cut. Most of the other stuff they would have to do anyways. I mean, you're going to require that as part of your final site plan for them to landscape it and do all the things that they're going to require to do. You know, we had talked to them, and one of the other things that I think that this board should be considering is, how are we going to develop, you know, okay, this is great right here, but how are we going to develop the rest of the area around there? Because I mean, obviously with this development near there and the location of my client's property, that property should be developed for commercial uses at that location. That's what it's there for. I mean, let's face it, this is not a piece of property that's going to be designed for residential development. So how's the property going to be developed? What's going to probably require some sewer and water. Well, with the addition of their own private sewer plant on this location, I don't see how in God's name you're going to get sewer to my client's property or in that area. One of the things I did approach them about is the possibility of connecting and developing a system that would allow development of more than just this particular property. And we're told that that's not possible at this point. You know, and that is the thing that I'm looking at, is not only from the standpoint of, is this a nice development? I'm sure it is. I have nothing bad to say about the design, and, you know, I'm getting old and I'm gonna need a place pretty soon myself. So I'd like to have a nice place like that too. But I think as a township attorney myself, and city and village attorney, and all the hats that I've worn, you know, one of the things that I like to tell my boards is, you know, you can't just look at this project in isolation. You have to look at this project in connection with the remainder of the land uses in and around it. And how is it going to affect them? And what are you going to do? You might have this lovely project here, which ends up having the effect of essentially preventing a very valuable, potentially very valuable and lucrative corner for development from being developed, because there is no way to get water and sewer there. We're not gonna bring sewer across from, I understand sewer's on the other side of the freeway. And that's cost prohibitive to bring sewer across that. So where else is the sewer gonna come from? Where are you gonna get the public utilities in order to service this as a commercial site? And what I would urge the board to do is, in considering this, is to think about, how do we make this project something that is beyond just making this project a viable entity? What do we need to do to make it beneficial for not just this property owner, but for the other property owners in the surrounding area? As I said, we're talking about, number one, changing the way that my clients can enter onto their own property. A road that's been there for years and years and years. Essentially, MDOT saying, no, in order for this to go through, in order for us to put this boulevard in and this boulevard at entrance, we're gonna basically not prevent you from using that as a means of egress from your sites, from your homes. The other thing I would ask is to consider, and I didn't see really any of that in the report or in the recommendations from Carlisle Wortman, to consider how this is going to affect the existing residential properties that are there. I didn't see anything in the report about, this is gonna add additional burden, there's gonna be additional traffic, now you're gonna have all these vehicles coming in and out of that location. What about, and I know there's stuff in the report about lighting, but how about light pollution and light pollution to my clients, who still live in that area? Now, again, that could be alleviated if in fact this eventually becomes commercial. That might not be a concern, but for right now, they're residential there. And with this plan going through, I don't see any way that in the near future it's ever going to be in commercial development, because there just isn't going to be the services available to develop this property for commercial purposes. So those are the issues that I have. I mean, I think that there are solutions. I'm not saying that this is, something that's a horrible idea. It's not. It's a very well thought out plan, and I think it looks nice. And I hope one day it can be built. But I think it shouldn't be built by placing the burden on property owners who have been there for many, many years, with the idea that they purchased it years ago, understanding that they would hope to develop this at some point for commercial purposes. And this development now essentially is going to make that very difficult for them, because they won't have the access to the utilities and the ability. We're not talking about a public utility here. We're talking about private utilities. So those are the sorts of things. And I'd like to, and as I said, I'd like to engage in some meaningful discussion. There's got to be some give and take relative to, the negotiations. I thought that's part of it. So far, it's just, this is what we're offering, and pretty much you take it. And my clients don't want to take that. I mean, I'd like that. I mean, I've made some suggestions, as I said. Can we hook in water and sewer from your site? No. Can we do, you want to buy it, not at the price you want? Well, and that's their right. They don't have to buy it at the price we offer. That's absolutely their right. But we've got to have some kind of solution that makes this a win-win for everybody, is what I'm hoping for. And that's all I'm asking for. I'm looking for some consideration on that. Now, I understand you're not voting on this tonight. So I'm more than happy to sit down with Mr. Green, who I know quite well and is a lousy lawyer, but what the heck? He's actually one of the best lawyers I know, and one of the nicest guys I know too. Very honorable man. And I have no problem sitting down with him or any representatives and talking about possible solutions, but I think that's before we vote. I think those things need to be explored. And I said, I think we also have to look at, I didn't see a lot from the reports that were prepared regarding the effects that this development will have on neighboring properties. It really seemed to be more related to, what can we do to make this property as, nice as possible and as thing. But it doesn't seem to really discuss how it's going to affect the neighboring properties. And that's something I think that the board and the planning commission honestly should be looking at also. Although I know the planning commission's already voted on it, but That's what I'm talking about. So rather than just, I was gonna stand up and start reading from this packet of papers just to scare the hell out of all of you, but I'm not gonna. Or as I told the Court of Appeals once, 407 years ago.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Pardon?
They don't have a time limit, unlimited time limit. Is
No, I should have made that indication at the beginning. There's a 5-minute a time for each speaker during public comment. I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear at the outset. Is there anyone else who would like to speak during the public hearing? Please come on up, have a seat.
Just stay around, take a second.
Okay.
Dan Merkel, I own the northeast part of this development. My question is, I went to the health department and the saturation fields and all that are not regulated by Scio Township. It's gonna be another entity. Well, why isn't Scio Township doing it? I mean, that's field, it's 4 minutes away. If I have issues, obviously I got 600 foot of property. Who do I contact? You know, like, it's a saturation field, there'll be 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. There tends to be aromas and things that we don't want. My question is, like, will you guys step up? Do I have to jump to the state, which I've already talked to them? Who is going to be that lead person on that?
Matt, can you answer that question, please?
That's all I had to say.
No, it's a fair question.
It's different government, has different elements of the government have different. Pardon?
I said, I think it's Miss Bates. She said it was 999 gallon, or 9,999 gallons, all she's ready to oversee. But how hard is it to change that? If there's an extra course that she has to do to be certified to do it, why not have them take care of it?
It's just not an area of responsibility that the township has. It's just there's.
Taxpayer, I would hope you would.
We don't regulate septic fields, it's through the county.
So
I think the
is Matt
permit
coming
has
on
to
or
be
no?
issued.
Eagle?
Matt, are you able to jump on here?
Eagle private.
Or Ted?
I believe so.
Ted could answer.
Ted, could you be so kind to
Yeah,
answer that for us? Thank you.
So the discharge fuels or the discharge beds are regulated by the Eagle. So the state regulates that stuff, and there's regular monitoring that happens both from the wastewater plant and the monitoring wells around the discharge bed. So that would be monitored by the Eagle, the Department of Environment, Great Lakes and Engineering and Energy.
How do they get regulated? I mean, who's gonna be there? Who do I contact if there's an odor issue or anything that's one? You know, you put 3 beds, saturation fields next to my property, which is fine, it's legal, it's 200 foot away, I got no problem with any of this. I just wanna make sure that in the future, because there's always issues in the future.
There is a compliance officer. It used to be Rachel Burns. I think she transferred up to the overall state, and there's a new guy. I don't recall his name. That will be, compliant for this area. It's Eagle that you'd be reaching out to.
And then who oversees Eagle? Out of this township, who would oversee them? Nobody?
No, it's a state agency, so the township does not oversee the state agency. I think that's what the issue is. There's different levels of government, and that particular responsibility is handled by a state agency, and we don't have oversight over them. Trustee Null.
In prior on-site wastewater treatment proposals that we've seen, the bylaws or the development agreement covered having monitoring by an outside agency. Does that exist in this case?
We have an operations or maintenance company that would be in charge of doing that. That's reflected in the community wastewater facility system agreement that's part of this proposal.
That's kind of what he's asking.
Yes, yes.
The Eagle will be monitoring the discharge reports that they put up, so that the Eagle is watching what's happening.
And those reports are publicly available online too.
How often are those reports made?
I think it's, there are various components of the testing that are required, and they're each have kind of different frequencies for reporting, so.
Yeah, the reports are required to be issued monthly by the 20th of the following month. If I recall correctly, the discharge permit requires monthly sampling, or I'm sorry, weekly sampling of the constituents. So that, but that were reported the following month.
Dan,
Alan?
is it okay if I speak?
Yes,
Sure, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Alan Green, and I apologize, members of the board, for my casual appearance. I'm on vacation out of state. So I appreciate you hearing this, but you're correct. There's a sewer development agreement with the township, and there will be a required certified operator of the facility. And we could provide the contact information of that certified operator to any of our neighbors, which might help alleviate a concern about trying to reach out to the state. And also in the agreement, as required by the Planning Commission, we are obligated to provide all the reports we provide to Eagle to the township and the township's engineer at the same time we report it to Eagle. So there won't be any delay. And if there's ever an issue, which we expect there won't be, the township engineer will have all that information. Thank you.
Will be the question before the township? Sorry, I can ask later. I thought that the township, that there was a step we would take related to the wastewater treatment plant. And
There is a resolution that's part of, it's one of the action items. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. So that'll be part of, when we have action items on this proposal, that'll be one of the things that we will act on. Deliberate
And the question for us at that point would be,
To not take on the sewer duties.
Right.
right,
Yeah, if I could
So-
speak up,
okay.
if it's okay.
please,
Um,
Matt.
Yeah, so all the things that the applicant's saying is absolutely correct. Going back to when the CWS ordinance was written, a lot of what Eagle monitored and how they handled these weren't in place. At the time, if you remember, Scio was kind of cutting edge with developing this ordinance. I think they beat the county health department in a lot of ways to the punch. Since then, a lot has changed. Eagle has stepped in, they've monitored these things. We still are in the midst of reviewing the CWS paperwork and agreement with the applicant. Ted Erickson and his team have been doing a good job responding to all of our reviews. There's still ordinance language in there that's specific to the township that gives the township the right to be able to ask for things, make sure things, if there's complaints, that they're being done. But the great thing now is Eagle's basically in charge of these. So you would, if you're getting complaints, the township doesn't have to accept the responsibility to come in and fix everything. They basically contact Eagle, and Eagle would take over. And that's kind of the check and balance. So a lot of the concerns of these types of facilities in the past, I think now the state takes those on, and honestly, they're better suited. They travel around, they go to these facilities, daily. And then there's reporting they do. And if they fall out of compliance, it's simply, they take over. They have bonds, sureties, things like that, just like the CWIS would also have in place at the township. So I think there's kind of a double protection here just because of the township's ordinance, and then also what Eagle mandates. But again, this is a public action, but we're still in the midst of kind of reviewing the finer detail of all the things, and the applicant's been doing a good job so far. So. I just wanted to chime in. I let the applicant speak because they were doing a good job answering all the questions. So
Thank you, Matt. Unless there's more to add, is there anyone else who would like to speak during the public hearing?
Got a couple hands on Zoom.
So no one else who's here present in the hall wants to speak during the public hearing? Just want to make sure we've given everyone an opportunity. All right.
Sure. First up is Rob Pattinson, followed by Paula G. Rob?
Rob Pattinson, resident of Scio Township. In watching these meetings over the past year, I'd like to compare this project to the Suburban Collection group that bought the American Broach property for the dealerships on Jackson Road. They paid over $700,000 for several of the homes on West Delhi and worked with those homeowners and worked it out. And that seems to be the polar opposite of what this developer has done with the residents on Baker Road. It seems tonight is as if they have not been listening to the concerns of the residents, to the point where the residents have to hire an attorney to come to this meeting to represent them. That is an extreme step. And I don't think it reflects well on the developer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Next up is Paula G, followed by Jonathan Greenberg. Paula? Paula? Okay, Paula, we'll come back to you. We're going to move on to Jonathan Greenberg. Jonathan, you're up.
Oh, well, that's not fair. I wasn't completely ready because I thought Paula was going to chat for a bit, but all right, I'll do it.
All right.
I got a real short one here. I won't keep you. This is going to be a long meeting anyhow. So I just want to point out that this is another example here tonight. This is another example of the stark difference in the way residents and developers are treated, specifically by Carl Wortman and Doug Luan. Doug has demonstrated over decades he has no concern for residents who wish to develop property. He's used his own words to tell me that only developers develop in Scio Township. And it's no surprise to me to hear that another developer is pushing around a resident, making tons of money and leaving. It is inappropriate for developers to treat residents the way they do, but they're able to do it with the help of Doug Luan, who, by the way, he doesn't have any limits on the amount of time he spends with developers. We pay for that. We pay a lot of money for him to help developers thwart the wishes and the interests of residents. It's a contract relationship. It's not gone out to bid for over 30 years. Why is it that every municipality puts out contracts like this for bid every few years? Why is it that we continue to pay Carlisle Wortman, specifically Doug Luan, to treat its residents as poorly as they've been treated over the years? I speak from past experience and from observing the development issues that have been going on for the last 2-3 years here in Scio. It's time to find some new consultants. Doug needs to go. Please review the contract, find a better price, find a much better product. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Paula, are you ready?
Yeah, what if this thing fails with that many residents? What are they going to do for sewer?
Paula, is that the end of your comment?
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Paula. Good question. All right, I see no other interested public. Will?
All right. I remember earlier you said you wanted to make sure you allotted time for Alan to speak. Did he cover what he wanted to cover, or is
Thank
he?
you. I think maybe just briefly touch base on the neighbors issue and a little more of the history there, because I don't know that it's all the information really came out quite as accurately as it should have been, but there was a long discussion about this at the planning commission meeting, and if Alan's up, great. Alan was at the planning commission meeting where this was discussed at length. And Alan has had discussions with Mr. Lucas recently. There was another attorney involved prior to that. So Alan, you want to chime in?
Sure, thank you. Again, members of the board. Contrary to what Fred said, the issue of impacts on the neighbors has been discussed and reviewed for 3 years on this project. To my recollection, there are no negative or adverse impacts on our neighbors. We have 2 neighbors that have single-family homes along the road there. And in fact, what we're doing provides them with a significant economic benefit. They don't have access from their properties directly onto Baker Road, and they're never allowed to have access. So they get their access on the little service drive that goes along Baker Road and actually enters Baker Road in front of our property, the developer's property. What MDOT has required us to do is to actually improve that intersection, put in a traffic light, which will be the means of access and the only means of access to any future development on our neighbor's property. We're paying for the entire access, the traffic light, the boulevard. The planning commission has required us to provide an easement through the middle of the boulevard in the future if our neighbors ever choose to develop their property, which is a huge economic benefit to them. What has been going on the last 2 years has really been our 2 neighbors saying, and I'm saying this somewhat respectfully, look, you've got to pay us money because we're going to oppose your project and you're not going to get approved. And Mr. Lucas is correct. They came and he asked me for $250,000 an acre to buy the property. That's what they wanted. And he also did ask for us to provide sewer service for the property. We indicated that we could provide water service and we're willing to do that, attach the water because it's public water, but we have no ability to provide sewer service to that property. Whoever develops that property will have to do something separate on site, and it could be a common septic. It depends on what kind of use would go on there. Our proposed facility, private facility, it has no extra capacity to serve adjacent property. It can't be expanded because we don't have the land to do that. And it would violate the township's own ordinances to do it. So we can't provide him with sewer. That's just not something that's possible. But in any case, this concept that we're somehow stamping on the rights of our 2 neighbors and we're not cognizant of their issues is simply not true. There have been no negative impacts identified. Traffic reports were done, no objections to that. There's never been an objection with respect to lighting or landscaping. In fact, the homes are significantly removed from any of the development activities, which is situated well behind Baker Road, as you guys know. So I just think it's not really accurate to say that the developer has not been cooperating and trying to do something right by our neighbors in this regard. Fred called me up right before the planning commission meeting and said, Alan, what can you do? Can you give us sewer? Can you give us $250,000 an acre? And I did respond and tell the planning commission the same thing. We're not interested in buying their property at $250,000 an acre. We don't need their property. And again, we're not talking about small pieces of property. It's not just a single family resident. These are parcels that they want a developer get out of. And it's a subject that's been addressed at every single meeting in the last 3 years. And I represented the planning commission that I would continue to work with the neighbors and Fred, even though we have no, even though it's not required to get their approval for this particular access, which is a significant benefit to them, and I will continue to do so. But to somehow suggest that the project should be delayed or halted to start negotiating sewer service, which we can't provide, I think that's incorrect and would be a mistake. And as Fred said, I've worked a lot with Fred over the years. I respect him, and I just think that this is inappropriate. Thank you. And I'll certainly answer any questions you have about the process and what we've offered and what we can do. But that's really a subject that's more of an accommodation to our neighbors rather than a legal requirement. Thank you.
Right, we didn't want to turn this into a debate.
But I do want to respond to a couple of things. I mean, I think it's.
I don't mind, because I have some questions for you too, Fred. It has to do with the ownership of the MDOT right away and access and all that stuff, so.
And Alan, you sent me this the other day, and on the bottom it says, should not be disclosed, used for any other purpose. I'm not, do you have any problem with me discussing what you sent to me?
I really do, Fred, because here's what happened. Your clients essentially said, we're gonna stop the project by not allowing MDOT to issue a permit. MDOT won't issue you a permit unless we agree to an easement. And that was not correct. And MDOT said, no, we'll issue you a permit, and what you're doing is appropriate. And then you came to me and asked me for, what else can you do, Alan? I mean, to try to, help
My
your
question
client
to you is
sign an
simply this.
easement. And I think it's confidential. And I don't want to negotiate this in front of the township board. I think it's inappropriate.
I
Because
don't want to negotiate it either, but my point is you're indicating that to them, that you negotiate, you're offering this, you're offering that. I've got the letter in front of me of what you offer. I mean, I don't see anything in there that's being offered. Now you don't want me to disclose. That's fine. I understand that. You don't want to disclose. There's a reason you don't want to disclose, because there isn't anything offered in that thing. There's nothing being offered.
other than the fact, in addition to what I did offer, other than the fact that your client obtains substantial economic value just by virtue of us providing the access, right now, your clients cannot access anything more than a single family residence on the Baker Road now and forever. By what we're doing, we're actually freeing up their property for development. What kind of development would be up to your clients or anybody else who buys the property. That's a huge benefit, Fred. And they're getting it by us providing the access over our property. So
you're not providing to us. You're providing it because you have to have that boulevard.
I think,
That's fine.
I understand that there's an opportunity for you to negotiate both the developer and the developer's representatives and the adjacent property owners. But I really don't think that should happen here.
I understand.
But I do want to allow, I want to make sure that we've given everyone who wanted to speak during public comment, or during the public hearing, an opportunity to speak. I think we've done so, and now I'd like to give a turn to the board to ask questions, and then we need to move on with our agenda. So I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:45. And this is now an opportunity for members of the board to ask questions. And apparently Clerk Flintoff is.
However you want to.
That's all right. You're ready to go. Let's go.
So thank you. I wasn't here at the May meeting where you first presented, so this is the first time I've seen this project. A couple big things jump out to me, and they may be more questions for the board and planning commission, so I'll just list them because we're not gonna, but I have three major concerns about this project. And they're not all related to the project. The first is this idea of the Dexter Gateway sub-area as justification or as a reason why it fits into the master plan. I will say that sub-area was added to the master plan this last time around, and the master plan was approved by the planning commission, never came to the board. And so I just want to, I'm remembering and recalling for the rest of us that this was also the sub-area pointed to by the Sloan, it was the Sloan Kingsley developer. And not being a planning expert, one thing that doesn't sit right with me about this sub area is that, again, it's calling for more density in an area where we don't have the public utilities. And that seems like the crux of some of the challenges that we have here. Second, and John, you may be able to speak to this, why, I understand that the planning commission found that it meets the PUD criteria, but why, I want to hear a little bit more about why it's deserving of the PUD, particularly because it was only a 4-2 vote. And so from the planning commission, I would just say my hope would be that the planning commission could give us projects that have a little more consensus to them than these. And yeah, that's it.
Oh, you said 3 though.
You know what? It was basically the 2. I'm uncomfortable that it's a 4-2 vote. I'm wondering why the 4 were so passionate that it deserves the PUD, granting the PUD. It sounds like there was a lot of debate. And 3 is just a bigger, I'm not swayed so much by the Dexter Gateway sub area. It was added, it didn't ever make much sense. We never had a chance to talk about it. That's it.
Okay, trustee Noel.
I do have several questions and there might need to be some dialogue. So I'm a little puzzled by the give and take regarding the potential benefit that you believe you are giving to the residents. And I'd like to hear more information about that. What is this benefit that you are giving them?
If I could just do a quick screen share, if that's okay. So this was something we reviewed at the last.
Can you talk louder, please?
This is some slides we reviewed at the last Board of Trustees meeting. I'm going to go to the ones that are relevant to Trustee Noel's question. So with respect to future planning, let me just go back one. The discussion about, you know, the discussion that we had with the Planning Commission and with the Board of Trustees, as I recall, that represents the main entrance coming in off of Baker Road. Traffic signals on your right, complete new signalization, and the residence property is down below to the south. So with respect to their desire, publicly stated desire to sell their property for commercial purposes, they really would have a hard time doing that without having this road constructed and the access in that position with respect to MDOT requirements to access that parcel. So the fact that we've acquired the parcel, we would spend $1 million in putting the road in, the stoplights in, et cetera. They're going to be able to take advantage of having access, legal access to those commercial properties, parcels from that road. Now, the Planning Commission made provisions and we made provisions within the master deed declarations, et cetera, to allow and provide an easement for them to get that location, to allow for them to make accommodation to, you know, share in the ongoing maintenance costs for that road, whoever it is in the future that would be an owner of those parcels. So it's a private road, not a public road. And it requires maintenance costs associated with it. So basically that is the way that they would be able to legally enter their property for commercial purposes. They can, they can stay in their houses the way they are, and there's no issue. But if they want to sell the property for commercial purposes, they would have to do something like this. There are options in terms of how that could be configured. But that's essentially what we see as a benefit to them in terms of being able to sell their property for commercial purposes, because they'll have legal access from a traffic or transportation standpoint.
Okay. I just want to ask some clarifying follow-up questions to that. So I walked the property this weekend with the 2 residents who are here. 3, sorry. And I hadn't been on the property before. I had assumed this issue had been resolved, the easement issue. But when I heard this was coming to the board, I thought the easement resolution was a condition of it coming to the board. And now I find out that no, that hasn't happened. So I am concerned, very concerned about the lack of resolution to this issue. I want to clarify, did you just say that the residents would have to pay some maintenance costs?
There it would be, because it's a private road. In their current situation, they would have to pay nothing. But if the property were to be sold for commercial purposes, on an ongoing future basis, if the road requires some maintenance improvements, et cetera, it would be shared with all the other associations, the project, any properties to the south, any properties to the north, would share just like you would in a condo association for any maintenance costs for that road going forward. Not in the current situation, but in the future retail or future commercial user of that property would share in the cost for the maintenance for the road.
And then, so from my impression, walking this property, MDOT is requiring a curb so that it will be impossible for the residents to access their properties the way they currently are.
MDOT is requiring a median island right there at the entrance for traffic safety reasons.
So they have to go down your boulevard and do a Michigan left turn and come back.
The island, if you will, is partially on the MDOT property and partially on our property. It's the one near the entrance. So if they're leaving their property, nothing changes except they now have a traffic light that allows them to leave their property. If they're returning to their property, they would have to turn right in and see the first little curb cut there. They would have to make a Michigan left-hand turn to come back to the MDOT right away.
How about a trailer?
And then in that condition, we've extended it. There's a larger turnaround farther to the left or to the west, which allow for that oversized vehicle function or trailer that he's going to buy in the future for that to happen. Just like anyone in Jackson Boulevard, they've got the turnarounds all the way down Jackson Boulevard. So it's a traffic safety issue.
Wouldn't the existence of this traffic configuration be an impediment to commercial development later if they wanted to develop it commercially? It doesn't seem like it's an easy connection.
Yes, I would have that opinion, or would the planners have that opinion?
Okay.
Well, it offers opportunity for property to the north as well as to the south, not just theirs, but also to the property to the north in this situation.
Just seems to me like it essentially prevents commercial access, or it creates a lot of obstacles to commercial access. So I had a question. I see that OHM is not requiring or recommending approval at this time. And I wanted to hear from Matt Parks a little bit more as to why you're not recommending approval at this time. And do you have any concerns with the proposed on-site sewer system?
Yeah, I'll answer that, Kathy. Well, we're still under review, master deed and bylaws. There's still some minor things that are being worked out, which I think we've settled a lot of those actually. So it's just basically, I'd call it more on the administrative side. Still getting through we got through a lot of the wastewater treatment plant technical comments. And then honestly, on a job like this, where there's so many different agencies, we like to see all the permits in hand from all the other agencies prior to recommendation to BOT. So we're very close. There's no major sticking points at this point. It's just a matter of we've just gotten some of the documents, master deed bylaws, and some of the CWUS wastewater treatment plant information recently. I think late last week we got it, and so we're under review right now. So
Thank you. I just want to conclude by saying I do have major concerns now with this easement issue. And I would hope this could be worked out. And I would hope you could engage in more meaningful discussion. Has our attorney reviewed the master deed files?
I don't know where that stands right now. There's several, like the developer was explaining, there's sort of 3 categories of review, of document review, and I'm not sure where that one is at.
So is this normally the process where the public hearing falls, or is this?
You have to have a public hearing on the final PUD. That was actually something we
Sure.
learned from Jim Fink, our township attorney, with the
Sure.
Woodview
Sure.
proposal. So that's what we're doing now. That has to precede action. The action could, in theory, if everything was ready, occur at the same meeting as the public hearing, but not everything is ready. And so we're getting the public hearing out of the way. And in some ways, I think that's a better process when there's some time in between, because if issues are raised, there's time to work on them and address them. In this case, obviously, we have some negotiations that are ongoing. But I'd like to turn to, I think Trustee Carey, it looked like you were ready with a question.
John Reiser.
I don't have many, I'm just trying to understand, and this is for either Alan or Fred or Joe or whomever. I understand that there are 4 rectangular parcels. There's Johnson, which appears to be landlocked. Then there's Spicer, Cat, and then there's the one in red on this here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Fred, you represent Spicer and Cat on those parcels, correct?
The law firm, yes.
Yeah, right. And to the going north, but to the east of those parcels is what looks to me kind of like a service drive, but is that an MDOT right away? Is that what that is?
Yes.
So who owns that? The state of Michigan?
Yes.
And that's what you guys use as kind of to get to your driveway, but it's not your driveway, is that correct?
Through my lever, or whatever it's called, that's what I was told I had to take for the state of Michigan.
Through your what?
For my lever, whatever it's called, my.
Oh, like the light, okay, it's, yeah, right, so.
That's what it tells me how I'm supposed to go, directly out the big road.
I'm with, so when you say, Fred, developed commercial, is it possible for people to use that? Is it limited to residential use only, or could people drive north and south on that access drive if Spicer wanted to put up a Burger King or something like that?
Yeah, you could use it right now. I mean, that is an MDOT, that's an MDOT.
Provided you could get the turnaround for the fire department and all that.
Right. Again, I'm not denying that ultimately, if this entire area was being developed, you know, if my clients would have the opportunity to develop that property, that the boulevard system wouldn't be an ideal way of doing it. I mean, I understand what Alan's saying.
What I'm trying to understand from you, Fred, is how does traffic's ability to go down here to get to your client's property here, is it too much to do the Michigan turnaround, or how much of an encumbrance is it to be able to drive down the
Well, first of all, my clients right now, it's residential property. Well, you know, the idea of that going down, my client the large vehicles that they go, they're not gonna go down halfway. They have to go all the way down and come back just to get to their property. Whereas right now, they're just going there. But
Well,
again,
no, but that's a pain in the butt to get home with your trailer. I appreciate that for residential use, but how are they thwarted commercially from being able to have cars going from whatever
because they
business?
won't be allowed to use that for, number one, whether it's commercial or residential, they're still gonna have to use the Michigan turnaround.
Okay.
And number two, because MDOT says that because of the way it's configured, they cannot access that MDOT right of way directly off of this proposed boulevard.
We still have to go to private property to turn around to get to our house, from MDOT to private, back to MDOT to our residences. That's what's proposed. As just accessing our house when that boulevard goes through.
I mean, that's not, number one, it's a private road. Okay, now let's just look at that from that standpoint. It is
The
a private
horizontal
road.
one on the
The
parcels.
boulevard's private, okay? So in other words, they're now dependent upon a private entity maintaining that road. That's what it boils down to. I mean, and, you know, again, I appreciate, they say, well, they won't have to pay for it, whatnot, but it's still a private road. And ultimately, they're dependent upon someone else maintaining it that they have no control over. I mean, they can't ask for go back to MDOT and say, yeah, the road needs to be repaired, or they can't go to anybody else. They have to go and rely upon a private entity. And I'm sure that, you know, I don't know who's gonna operate this business at some
And
point.
they can't turn left they can't go turn off of Baker Road and go left because the boulevard goes all the way for whatever purposes, safety purposes to Baker Road. You can't just have a big pad there.
No, they said
Free
that
for
it
all.
has to go, that they have to drive down the private road in order to make the turn Michigan left to go back.
And how far is down and how far is back? You say down, how far down is it?
What is it?
It depends if they have a trailer. If they have a trailer, they have to go all the way to where those, I believe where those yellow arrows
Yeah, how
are.
far is that though? I mean,
8 mile here, and there's the curb right there. So if we come down Baker Road, we can't come straight down here and hit that curb.
so basically they're forcing you to drive a quarter mile.
Yes.
With a trailer.
I understand. Okay.
Or-
Because I heard.
Or the fire department.
Or our family and our friends, how are they gonna know?
And how does regular cars go there? So a trailer, thank you very much, guys. So a trailer has to go down here, come back, go down here, and that's a
Yes.
base, right? And what if it's a car? Or then it's just
Right
like
there, right
this?
there, yep.
Okay, then when you're coming back, everybody gets to go this way. It's that impediment right there that makes things a pain in the butt.
That's correct.
But only for a trailer.
Or in a car a little bit,
Or a car.
a little bit of a car.
You can't come straight in from Dexter, you can't come straight in.
But I don't need to do a quarter mile. If I'm in a car, I don't need to do the quarter mile.
And is this object like safety that MDOT makes you do, or is that?
MDOT's requiring it, I guess.
Okay, or does Joe think it's a cute thing to put in a plan? I mean,
No.
okay, thanks.
It-
Thanks.
Can I add something about the easement? Just so everybody knows. So MDOT is requiring all this, which is very expensive. We're doing what they want. MDOT required us to provide them an easement, a public easement that would go all the way up to the turnaround for what we would call the larger vehicles, trailers or trucks that might have to go to the second turnaround. And so we have presented that easement to MDOT. They've approved it, but that easement requires, I mean, essentially an easement giving anybody, including our neighbors, the township, anybody else, the right to go through there, and obligates us to maintain it and to keep it free from snow and ice and to repair it. Although our condo documents would require that anyways obviously for the development that's going on, back, into the property. But there is an easement that has been executed and approved by MDOT in that regard. And one other thing too, I disagree with Fred, that little access drive they currently use right now in the right of way, MDOT would never let them use that for commercial development.
Not true.
It's insufficient in size, and it's just a driveway that is accessible for the residential homes that are there right now. That's why this proposal with the location and arrows in the future would allow this property to be developed for highway commercial. I think highway commercial is the master plan designation. Is that why it's there?
Yes.
But it otherwise couldn't be developed in that way, but for what we're doing.
Can I ask one more question? So just to make sure I'm clear. So if I have a trailer, I have to drive a quarter mile, but if I have a car, I have to drive an extra 200 feet, maybe 100 feet?
Yes, on private property.
On somebody else's property,
Yeah.
On
Heritage private property.
the boulevard.
Oh, well, right, but it's, okay, I see what you're saying, but they could grant you access, so it's not, as long as they agree to that access, that wouldn't be an issue.
Well, they have.
They have, okay, so
They've offered us an easement to use their property to get to our house. Yes.
Okay, so I heard, and I'm just.
Right.
I can go for just 2 minutes. If you
All
guys
right,
agree
no,
with it. I heard 3 arguments that Fred made. So Fred made the left turn argument, right? And so what I'm hearing from the left turn argument is, if I have a trailer, I have to drive an extra quarter mile. If I have a car, I have to drive an extra couple hundred feet, we'll call it. I heard sewer impact, but I understand the sewers across they had the same challenge, so they had to make their own sewer abatement to rectify that challenge. I don't know why that you'd get a privilege out of that because they took that burden on. In fact, they're offering to the water. I'd argue they didn't have to even do that. So to me, that argument doesn't hold water, no pun intended. You talked about other residential properties. The other argument that you made, Fred, well, you're not here representing those, you're just representing those individuals. So that therefore doesn't really ring true with me at all. So to me, the argument really, in my mind, comes down to, you have a left-hand turn, and when you have a trailer, it's a quarter mile long. You have a car that has to drive an extra 200 feet. You could make an argument there's some level of impediment there. What relief that these owners want to make with that, and you work out together. As long as you two folks are happy, well, I guess we're happy. I would assume we would all be happy. But that to me seems to be the only, and I'm talking to my constituents at this point, the only argument I heard that has, that holds water, but that has merit, that seems to have merit in my mind. Because they already said they're going to convert that to commercial property anyway. They have a desire to do that someday. So that's the argument that, from what I heard from Fred, that's the argument that I heard.
Can I respond to that?
Well, Fred, I'm actually talking to my own
That's fine,
constituents,
but
if you don't mind.
I want to respond to that.
But I'd like to talk to them, if you don't mind, first. Let me just hear what they have to say.
That's fine.
I still have some questions, so, I mean, you're asking to talk with us, but.
I mean, but does that, you guys disagree with that? Am I wrong? I could be way off base.
I still need some clarification.
What's that?
I think that's obvious, sitting where they are, having their properties there. They know someday commercial's gonna come in. So,
Well, no, but they own that property, right? So that there's 2 arrows. You own the property to the bottom arrow, correct? So that's all of yours, both of yours, I guess. So.
You get to mine without going through his though, so I have to get the okay to go through his.
Okay, so eventually you would want the option to sell that for commercial or develop it yourself. But your options are, from what my understanding is, that with this boulevard that is a private road, granting easement, this is going to limit your options for commercial down the road?
Doesn't sound very appealing to maybe very many people. I don't know, would it? If you want to buy our property, but then they find out they gotta also don't go down an easement, down a boulevard, and unless they really, I mean, I'm pretty simple, really bulldozer it, make a whole new road. Does that sound very appealing to somebody? We're backed up against a wall in this little cluster here. And how appealing does that sound to anybody? We feel like it's just really.
What would be the
cutting us
option?
off.
What would be your alternative?
Well, I don't know, there's such technology these days and engineers, and why can't they develop one more idea of the boulevard and us getting on and off Baker Road?
It's too dangerous in that intersection. It's already dangerous.
Well, how many plans have really been looked at?
Also-
I'm sorry.
There's another, I'm the chair of the road advisory committee, and there was a woman that came in last meeting and she was talking, she lives on Marshall Road. And she was under the impression that was going to be paved. I don't know where that came from. We never promised her that, or anybody that. But as the road commission comes through and they do their scraping, it ends up piling at the end of their driveway. So I drove down there and I was also looking that whole area, and there's a huge space, open space that a driveway could go through, and I believe that's where the fire department accesses. Is that correct? So could that be the boulevard go through the other way? I don't know. I did sit in a lot of meetings, So it's been a while. I don't know what that discussion was about, but I think that this could be worked out. My biggest concern is, landlocking these people and forcing them to use a private road. And so there's a little bit, see the red line? It's kind of goes around. So I'm assuming all of that belongs to the development. And what is north of that arrow?
More houses.
More of the same.
Does the developer or I don't know, I'm probably not using the right word. Who owns that property that says highway commercial above? You own that. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a parcel immediately north of where the new road is. The Smith family still owns that parcel.
okay. What about that strip where the boulevard's going through?
We own that.
You as the developer. Okay. So the red line doesn't go all the way to Baker. See the red line?
Yes, that's the edge of the right of way.
That's the edge of the right of way.
Slightly to the east of that.
And has MDOT, I keep hearing about this MDOT easement. I haven't seen any documentation. Has that been granted?
Yes. Been in multiple communications.
Is it? Okay. I just haven't seen it. So is it in our packet?
I don't know that it is. I'm happy to share this. This is the document Alan referred to. When was that approved? Well, it was executed by, approved by MDOT. Alan could speak in, I think that was in July or August. The MDOT
Some time
approved.
ago.
Yeah.
What, that they approved the permit for that? Is that what you're saying?
Talking about the.
Oh, no, they haven't. I don't know if they've issued the permit yet. Dan will have to talk to that. They approved the easement, the public easement agreement we were providing. So again, you should know that from our perspective, we offered to dedicate all that property as additional MDOT right of way to avoid this issue about having to come onto private property. MDOT refused that request. This is what they wanted to do. And again, the advantage is if you look the entirety of the Kett and Spicer property in yellow there that fronts on Baker Road, they would not ever be permitted to get a direct drive access to their property because of the proximity to the freeway. So they literally travel along the right of way and actually go off their property. When I say off the property, they're still in the right of way, but they're no longer in front of their own land. They're in front of our land. And MDOT is the one that insisted on this configuration. MDOT controls that right of way. And MDOT's the one that tells both us and our neighbors how they want the access to be in this location. And so I guess what I was saying before, when Mr. Spicer and Mr. Kett can't access any directly Baker Road for their development, they really need to do anything in the future to access their property through our property. And that's what we've been trying to be. I mean, we've been fully cooperative and transparent about that. And again, we've proposed different solutions to MDOT. This is what MDOT wants. This is what they think is the safest for everybody in the area. And I get it. There's, you know, that there's an inconvenience, particularly if you have a large vehicle of not being able to turn immediately into your property. But you get a huge benefit in return, the ability to make all that highway commercial property that you own developable for those uses, which it would not be now without what we're doing.
Ask you a question. Why is it that their side gets to respond? You didn't stop him from speaking, but when I tried to say something, you stopped.
We're not down here. We're gonna hear from you.
I know, but I understand, but he's allowed to speak without anybody saying anything.
No, from before.
I agree. Bill, can you?
Well, I think I've been giving a little bit of leeway to people. I'm sorry if it seems unfair, but there was a question that was asked, a specific question about the easement, and I think that was the answer, and maybe I let it go on too long, but that was an answer to a specific question. I understand there's another question.
Yes. What was it? No idea. Oh, how many cars will be traveling through there on a day-to-day basis, based on what you speculate regarding your units and your, the assisted living?
So there was a traffic study that was done in 2020, and the results of that traffic study were approved by the road commission. So in terms of, this is the intersection that we're discussing. We discussed this at the last board meeting. What you see here, this is traffic people deal in AM and PM peak time. So in the morning at this location, you've got directionality from different look at north, south, and coming from the east. Comparatively, our peak time, AM morning peak time is 69 compared to the total volume of 1334 in that intersection coming from other directions, not including our traffic, not including our project. Likewise, similarly, in the PM peak time, our traffic is 89 compared to a volume of 1572 from all the other directionality associated with that intersection.
So even if there was access on Marshall Road, it would still be your projected AM and PM peak time. Yeah, that's because I agree with Donna. I mean, Baker Road is a nightmare.
I don't go there unless I have no choice.
And then you have the exit from 94, so, oh, that's a concern. Okay, that's it for now. And we will be reviewing, or this will
Well,
be
can I ask
before the
you,
board again.
before, I don't know if we're wrapping up, if Mr. Lucas wanted to have any final words or address things?
Well, I wanted to respond to what the other gentleman was saying about, your concern is, look, I'm looking at this entire project in terms of, yes, you're right. They could put it's their money going in there to build this sewer plant for their property, okay? You've got that whole area designated for development. Where's the sewer going to come from for that whole area? When number one, it's not a project, you're talking about a site specific, where are you gonna get the money to build the sewer, to serve the infrastructure for the remainder properties that you wanna develop for commercial? And now it's just like what we see in Saline Township, where a developer, because of the short-sightedness of the city of Saline, a developer has now built a sewer plant within close proximity to the sewer, which is going to stop development from extending beyond that point. Because no one's going to have the money to put that sewer underneath the road at this point. You have an opportunity here to develop this entire area with an appropriate sewer plant and appropriate development.
But yet you were okay if they gave you sewers. So your objection is they're building a sewer plant, but yet you said if they gave you sewer service, you would be okay with that. So which one is it?
But both.
Oh, so, okay. Well, let's
Because
fabricate
we would be
the two.
part of it, but there's
That's not reasonable.
Well, what's not reasonable about it? If you design a plant so that it can expand and serve the area, you don't have to build.
Why should they build the plant that serves the entire area?
No,
You're not
that's,
asking that.
no, I mean,
I'm not asking you to build. My point is you're planning for your community, right? So you're saying, let's just let whoever wants to put up whatever they want, wherever they want.
You can't, we don't have the wherewithal and the money to supply a sewer system over there. If we
I
did, that'd be a different
understand at this
story.
point.
Mark, and can I say
Please,
something?
please, you asked us.
And I just to tie it together, because my backing out from the concern of the neighbor, and excuse me, with the cute orange shirt on, what's your name again? Dan. Dan raised such a good point at the beginning about who does he call when something goes wrong with the private wastewater system?
sure enough.
So, and I gotta say, there's a reason why we will be inclined to say we're not taking responsibility for it. Because it's a big hairy mess, is my understanding. And I think, and it goes back to this whole, like, what are we planning for that area? Because right now, our plan, they're asking for a PUD. They're asking for complete rezoning to do this. So we're not planning for density there. We're not planning for density there, but we want to put density there. And then we would have to accept a private utility that has its limitations naturally. So I just would want to kick this back to the planning commission because I don't understand why we're being pushed to put density in this area where there are not the public utilities to support it. And they have no right to this. It is a PUD. It is completely discretionary. And the Dexter Gateway sub area in our master plan, it was a suggestion from the planning commission. And so this has gotten so far along and we're getting into all these issues when I just want to say I'll remain open-minded and with all due respect to the Smiths and everybody involved. But I have to say, you know, at this point, you know, I would not support putting a big development in a place so far away from public utilities.
Before we wrap this up, I just want to point out that there is a water district. This falls within the water district, so there is a public utility there. It just is outside of just outside of the sewer district. And the township doesn't regulate these on-site wastewater treatment. That is a state regulation. So we are subject to the state's approval or disapproval of these. The Sloan, it was referenced earlier in this discussion, the Sloan Kingsley site further north, the state said, no, you can't put in the wastewater treatment facility that you want. And so that, you know, with that answer to that particular development broke a different way. In this instance, the state said, yes, your plan will work. So it's not that particular element of this is not up to us. But I think we have done our work for this evening, and I would like to thank everybody and move on with our agenda, if we may. Thank you very much.
And is it possible for the board to have the planning commission do more work on this before we get it again?
I understand that we would have to send it back to the planning commission.
Why don't we, instead of trying to debate that question, why don't we I'm not saying that you were, I'm just saying that we as a group, the board, instead of getting into that particular question, why don't we take that up offline and move on with our agenda?
Well, we don't have an action item.
We don't.
And I assume it's not gonna become an action item until it's ready, this cake is baked.
Well, my concern is, I just want to say, I don't want this to come back as an action item unless this cake is baked.
Okay,
That's fair.
Okay, everybody?
let's go to our cake baking
Will?
offline.
Okay.
All right, that brings us, since we changed the order a little bit of our agenda, that brings us to new business. First item of new business, K1, is the session room site plan, SP 22004. Oh, all right, that's a good point. Before we move on to new business, we'll take care of private. 5-minute break.
Hopefully you don't have to be around too much anymore.
Say you were debating, we were about to engage in another whole topic.
You really make some good cookies.
That was,
I did.
that was just a question about what we.
How are
do.
you?
I think that's kind of a technical question.
I'm really concerned about this.
You okay?
It's an unusual project and an unusual.
It's a common one for us.
Get it.
This is a good one. No one's
Started
with a party. Yeah.
years ago.
Well, what's.
You live there,
No, I live over here in Scio.
Well, true, but I mean, okay, close to.
All right, number one, guys, it is the gateway to Dexter. It doesn't matter what somebody's flowering, master plan, it is the gateway. From, you know, I-94, that's the major access to this region. So that's just my take on the wording and, you know.
know what?
I'm concerned
Good job, Rico.
about the 3-story buildings out there in. All single family homes.
On the private property.
Single floors. I'm old. But you do need some rare options. I'm gonna say 5 years. They always throw that in there. Because they know there's a need and it's going to continue to grow as a need. And I'm thinking they're just putting that in there to
I'm gonna make
get us to.
some session room, they have M43 on tap.
This looks like it's a
Like a
total
work session
senior
between you and the planning commission.
with all these different, I don't know.
That's when you.
Looks good, I
Yeah.
do.
Maybe an attorney.
Oh, that was nothing.
That whole thing is that service drive goes down.
They can,
Serve like
who knows as long as I see it.
Boulevard.
I was getting over something.
So that does hurt.
We got racing down here and see the jets. You can't. I used to, this is, yeah, okay.
Well, service drive. Somebody's gotta buy their own cars. I think. If you want to transform to commercial purposes, it's a good deal. If it wants to stay residential, then it's not. The guy who's water. Oh, if they don't do the boulevard, right? Right, boulevard, actually, to me, is a. Really confusing. Do they have clause? Green laws or whoever is.
You know, once you think ahead and plan, they're good.
No, they don't. Boulevards are quiet, but I mean, you can make an agreement, 100-year agreement or 200-year, whatever, we have the last.
Well, I have misunderstood. I thought it was the internet, so I go there to right away, I understand what's there. And I just.
No, they can up north and south.
Okay.
Because they're used as a
Yes, you
driveway.
gotta go that way.
They were United
Go
States
this way.
have possible service.
That's what the
So
boulevards
that's
do.
why it's turn the other
You
cheek. and all that
never
right
get
now.
out of the
Yeah.
Never say.
They're called service drive. It's called service drive for a reason. So you can put it in
Did you read
No.
Washington County Commission? They sent out a word, maybe.
You get, I'm okay for any argument, say logical argument. Give me a logical data set that makes an argument, tell an argument. I'm always, whatever way it goes. But when I hear arguments that don't make sense.
It's been there forever. I understand and it was, yep.
Right, then it's all, suddenly it's all okay. If that's the sewer, you gave it, then you denied it.
You know, it was easier to cut through than to go down
The
and
cut
turn.
through is less of the issue. I mean,
That's what it says, yeah.
Or 250
traffic.
Right, I mean, exactly.
Trying to turn.
I think that's where they want to.
Oh, I
You
know.
think?
Very fast traffic.
Of course, there's no stack up there. They're gonna keep a light at sea. That was after. Roundabout there.
I hope they do.
Are you, sir?
I hope they do.
Which project, are you here for any particular item?
Where's the rest of our group?
I don't know. Well, let's have. We need all those valves. Hey, Jess?
Okay, it is. I remember you from planning commission.
Yeah.
I don't see everything.
We lost,
He went to me.
John, hey, Jay. Hey, come on, let's try to wrap this up by 10. By 10?
We can move very,
Let's
very
go.
fast.
Very, very fast.
It would be unusual.
Well, stretching my
It's
legs.
getting better. It's been
I like the
getting
cookies.
All
better.
right, well, let's move it.
Well, you
All right,
can
Come on,
take
Johnny,
a
hold
lot
up.
of them home.
Johnny, you're holding it up.
4, 5, we have quorum.
Sit on my desk.
Let's call it back to order. Yes.
Oh, there's Mark, the other Mark.
Right.
And where's the Knoll?
Where's the Knoll?
In the Knoll.
So just call
Where's the
us
Knoll?
back.
KK Knoll.
I know, I was like, everyone have a seat.
Down the hall.
All right, we're coming back to order. Yeah.
You know, we didn't mention that on-site sewer is really close to Honey Creek. Yeah.
That is something that came up earlier and we've been dealing with.
Joe
It's not Honey Creek, it's the Miller.
Well, it's Mill Creek, but it goes in, yeah.
All right,
Is
so.
it Miller or Mill Creek?
Mill Creek. Session room, site plan, SP 22004. This is approval of additional pavilion at the session room and the designation of the existing pavilion as a permanent structure. And we have with us this evening, Joe. Joe, please give us an introduction to the agenda item that we will now be considering.
Okay, so session room, if you recall, some time ago, applied for a temporary tent permit for their use, mostly due to COVID. We had to have outdoor spaces and as it turns out, the clientele really love that outdoor space. Matter of fact, they prefer to sit outside versus inside. So with that, they've asked to maintain the tent so that they can have it permanently year round. They can open the sides and they're doing extensive landscaping out front, adding new fencing and landscaping buffering a little more from the street. They're also proposing to add an outside pavilion. So when times that they're fairly busy, people can kind of congregate down there while they're waiting for tables. Also do some other improvements to the garage that's out there. They've also formalized the agreement to combine the two parcels together. That's been submitted and under review. And they've got a cross-lot access easement for the parking to ensure a long-term stability of parking between the two parcels that are there. As you know, the one is kind of an office building. It's closed in the evening, so they can use that parking at night. So that they have that future use of parking and don't have to build any more parking.
Great.
Thank you, Joe. I mean, I didn't want to cut you off,
No,
but
I think that's pretty much the extent of it. So I'm here to answer questions.
all right, are there questions from members of the board?
So looking at the pavilion, that's going to be where part of the parking lot is now.
Yes.
Behind- But behind the tent, you know, or I guess the tent is there and then it would be going south.
Yeah, so the tent's there. There's kind of a steep hill, so we've got a retaining wall there, flatten that out a little bit to make it a little more walkable. Then, yeah, we'll take out 3 or 4 parking spaces, put the pavilion there, new ADA access to the pavilion from the handicap spaces that are down there.
And there's a rain garden that I have read that will be removed. And what is going to happen with the water that?
So that project actually built an underground infiltration system when the parking lot was expanded. And it was actually built large enough to accommodate additional uses in the area when we built that. So that stormwater management system, which has a pre-treatment device there as well, to filter the water that comes in before it goes out to that infiltration system. So
You said that they will be putting in more landscaping.
yes, there's a lot more landscaping in the front, new fencing, other improvements on site. So
Good.
And any concerns from neighbors?
no, I mean, everybody seems to love it. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Other questions from members of the board? Are they going to now please put in the bumpers to keep the cars from potentially rolling into that drainage ditch at the back of the parking lot?
If they were on the plan, yes. I don't remember what was on the plan. I remember there was a listing of bumper blocks. You're talking about along the back?
Yeah, they never installed them. And Doug and I went out there and pointed that out at some point. And I think it just hasn't happened yet. So if when they're putting in the bumpers, if you can make sure that they put in those, every time I'm parking there, I worry about somebody just backing up and going into that drainage ditch.
I figured it was you that almost rolled the drainage ditch.
Well, I haven't stayed at the session room long enough to be in that even.
Sure about that? Yeah.
Sure will.
But in any case, if you could make sure that that's included. If there aren't any more questions, is someone prepared to make the model motion? All right, the motion by Brazeau.
I'll second.
It's a race. Support by Carrie. The motion is to approve SP 22004 session room to construct a 1,200 square foot pavilion, 30 feet by 40 feet, constructed on a paved surface to the southeast of the existing restaurant structure. Additionally, the existing tent will become a permanent feature based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission, provided in the minutes of their regular meeting held on June 13th, 2022, subject to review and approval of the easement document by the township attorney. So I think we can vote by acclamation, right? So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That's approved.
Well, can we add in there, can we have like, there has to be a parking spot that says, trustee? Everyone's spot.
No, it's too late.
Yeah,
Or
it's too late.
the supervisor with a
I don't know
fence
if
or
we
something.
should-
All right, let's move on. I believe you're here for the next item. too.
Yes, and Peter Huntley's here as well.
Oh, great.
Property
All right.
owner.
Well, this is the Peter Huntley rezoning OA number 22007. This is for parcel H 0815400005. And this is to approve rezoning of that parcel from A1 agriculture to R1 single family residential. Go.
So we've got an application to rezone this property. Property owner wishes to rezone it in order to split the property. As part of that split, we have, and it'll be coming forth is the private road application. We've done a wetland delineation on the property. There is a wetland on site. With the new private road, we actually met with the fire department. We're going to reduce a portion of the private road to meet their ordinance, but also help us keep out of the wetland. But the plan will require a ZBA approval for that wetland buffer impact in order to get the proper drive lane in. But the plan is to split it into one lot or one additional property, building lot. That has been approved by the health department. We've done pre-soils evaluation to ensure that that's available. So we'll be moving forward if you're open to rezoning the property.
Mr. Huntley, did you want to add anything? Would you like to add anything?
I think that's very complete.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board?
Question. What specifically will you be asking for from the CBA in terms of?
So as required by township, any impact to a wetland buffer must be approved by the ZBA. We don't have enough space to get the minimum width the fire department wants to get past the wetland on our property. So we're gonna have to ask for a ZBA approval to do that.
Will you be filling the wetland?
Not really, no, we're not gonna fill the wetland at all. It's just work within the buffer, 25-foot buffer around the wetland that we'll have to work in.
So it's a variance from what would usually be the setback.
Yes.
Yes.
Basically, as an example, instead of 20 feet, it's only going to be 10
Correct.
with their approval.
Yeah, with their approval.
I don't know what it is, but that explains it.
And did you have further questions, Justin? Any other questions or comments? So the model motion is to approve OA 22007 Peter Huntley rezoning. That's parcel H 08-14-400-005 from A1 agricultural.
Dash 15.
Did I say 50? No,
You said 14.
it is.
Mine says 50. Sorry about that.
All right, from A1 agricultural to R1, single-family residential based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission provided in the minutes of their regular meeting held on January 9th, 2023. All right, so moved by Palmer, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That is approved.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hunley.
And that brings us to Washtenaw County Road Commission Salt Barn,
We tried.
SP 22014. And while you're getting up here, I'll read the model motion so we have it out there. The model motion is to approve SP number 22014, Washtenaw County Road Commission Salt Barn Detail Engineering Review to construct a one-story, 21,695 square foot salt barn located at the Washtenaw County Road Commission Complex, located at 555 North Zeep Road, based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission, provided in the minutes of their regular meeting held on November 14th, 2022.
Well, good evening. Thank you for having us on the agenda tonight. I'm Cheryl Siddle. I'm the Managing Director of the Washtenaw County Road Commission. With me tonight, we have Adam Lake, our Director of Operations, and we have Marty Ryder, who is our architect for the project. Obviously, we're here to ask for final site plan approval for our salt barn. Our existing salt dome, which is quite visible and well-known in the area, has reached the end of its service life, and we simply need to replace it with a modern facility, which is what we're asking for approval of. So we're happy to answer any questions that you might have about our proposed project.
Are there questions or comments from members of the board?
I had one and I brought it up before, and I spoke to some of these folks ahead of time. And it has to do with the planning commission's waiver of the landscaping plan that would otherwise be required. And I get that you folks are a government agency and we're not trying to tax you with extra expenses to a project. Especially for a salt barn that's going to be behind another salt barn. And frankly, you have a lot of trees on it already, but I wasn't on the planning commission. And were I on the planning commission than I am now, I would have said, how many trees, how many bushes do they have to have? And I know it's so many per linear feet and along the frontage. And so I don't want to hold this project up because I know you folks are getting to do with it, but I'm inclined to direct Mark Thompson to try to work with you folks to develop some trees along the pathway. That pathway is hopefully going to be one of the gems of the township as we get people to walk and bike to the border trail. And it would be nice to have kind of more trees along that pathway generally. I'm not trying to increase the cost appreciably, but I'm asking if you folks would work with our township manager to do something along that by way of increased trees, notwithstanding the planning commission's waiver of that. I'm looking for that commitment.
We certainly can work with Mark Thompson to see what would be appropriate along that frontage there with respect to vegetation. We appreciate the recommendation from the Planning Commission for the waiver because of the fact of where the salt barn is to be located, and it is to be screened by existing wall and other buildings that are in the area. But if there's an area where we can place some additional vegetation, we're certainly open to that along our frontage.
And I don't know, you are our neighbors. I certainly trust you. I don't know if I need to make this part of the motion or add an addendum that we would ask that the applicant work with the township manager to develop some increased landscaping along the frontage. If that would suffice. I don't know, I might not get support for that on this board too, by the way, but that's, I guess.
You're talking about just along the path.
Yeah, just along the pathway, some additional trees.
Yeah.
Just something. I'm gonna kind of leave it up to
Yeah.
you and.
Well, I guess first I'd ask, I'm sure you all consider that area already. So why is it landscaped the way it is now? I mean, has there been consideration of adding trees, or is that?
Well, I guess there's a couple of factors
Yeah.
why it is the way it is
Yeah.
today. First of all, certainly is fiscal, constraints.
Sure.
I mean, and frankly, for us to have lavish landscaping as a public entity probably doesn't
Bad look.
work well for
Yeah.
our organization,
Say
certainly.
lavish.
I'm just saying, well, and there actually is vegetation out front. This isn't a great time of year to take a look at anyone's frontage, let alone ours. We do have utilities out front, so any plantings would have to recognize what exists out there with respect to utilities, as well as we have quite a bit of traffic that comes in and out of our site. We want to make sure that you can clearly see any sight lines with whether it's our vehicles or the public accessing. And ultimately, we are a public entity and we want to be visible. Our building, our entryway, there's already confusion between what's a road commission and the county building. So anything that we would do, we would want to make sure that we remain, again, very, very visible to the public, since that is our primary function.
So do you think that there's room for things to be added? Is this realistic, what John's suggesting?
I
here?
think we can come up with something, yes.
Okay.
And we're not going anywhere. We're gonna be here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm gonna move to the other side of the county.
We are not going to be doing that, no.
Darn township, and just plant trees, we're out of here. All right, well, so, do you want to add something to the motion, or are you, fine?
We could just
with
add the
discussion?
understanding that it'll happen.
Yeah. That the applicant work with the township manager to plant some trees along the frontage where feasible or as negotiated or as agreed upon,
Sure,
as agreed upon.
okay. You want to say trees or vegetation? Is there a,
Trees, trees are, I mean, I like trees over vegetation, but I'll leave it up to, I'm gonna leave it up.
I know,
to-
I was just noticing Cheryl used the word vegetation. I didn't know if there's meaningful difference there.
Well, depends probably kind of where it is. You mentioned utilities.
Right.
Yeah, you're gonna have to get a permit.
Our ordinance talks about deciduous trees, and it also talks about shrubs, but I would say trees or vegetation, as agreed upon, and I'd leave it, I don't want to micromanage what tree goes where and all that.
Exactly.
Okay, so you feel like you
Yep.
captured that? All right, so, are you then prepared to make the model motion with that addition?
Yeah, I would just ask that the model motion be friendly amended to incorporate that.
Well, you're making the model
I
motion,
would
so you
move the
can.
model motion with that amendment. I
Addition,
think
yeah.
Jessica captured.
Yep, you got
Okay,
it.
so
Thank you, John.
moved by Riser, is there support?
Second.
Support by Carrie. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for hanging with us.
Adam?
Yes, yes.
Adam, okay, congratulations on your position.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Cheryl, it's nice to meet you. We'll be talking more road committee, road commission. And Marty?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the item that was pulled from the consent agenda. This is G5. This is the authorization to contract of a contract extension with KBK and payment of invoice.
Sure.
And, the clerk prepared this item, so why don't you explain it? Trustee Carrie, if you have questions,
Sure.
we can discuss them.
So I would say the issues of ground maintenance has long been a bit of a hot potato here in the township. Most recently charged the utilities director along with our maintenance person, Howard, to be in charge of it. The nature of our grounds maintenance keeps growing. We've made some commitments to keep pathways plowed and sidewalks and the boulevard and different things, okay? So I would say, just please put a pin in it, that we need to have a bigger conversation about that at some point, about how to most cost effectively and efficiently deal with this.
Plant ground covers.
Yes. And just a few things, which I hope we'll be able to talk about at budget time is, for example, the Jackson Road Boulevard maintenance. We have a fixed amount of money that we're spending down to maintain that. Anna has growing parks and paths, kind of a whole maintenance program she's gonna have to develop for all those boardwalks for buildings and things. And then we have a contract that's out of date. It expired with KBK Landscaping. We rely on them to plow and salt Township Hall, the fire station. Obviously, the fire station is 24/7 operation. So we contract out. We potentially could do it in-house. It's still winter, and so we wanted to extend.
Are they happy with them? I mean, with the job they do and everything? I mean.
So there's some questions, and Mark and Steve and others are looking into it. I mean, it's enormously expensive, and Christy and Mark are putting some measures in place. I'm not quite sure what they are, but to make sure that they're. Please.
In answer to your question, I wouldn't say we are unhappy with them. Our thought is the issue before the board this evening is to pay a bill that occurred after the contract expired, so we don't have legal ability to pay that bill, which is, I think, $7,000. First of all, and secondly, to extend the contract to get us through the winter for plowing and salting. Beyond that, our thought is to look at alternatives, whether that's in-house or not, and even if it's not in-house, it is to allow the private sector competition to work in our behavior, in our favor, I should say. There are lots of companies who do this work, and if they want to undercut each other and continue to provide good work for us, then we want that to occur. So this is just to get us through the winter because we got caught short.
Yeah, all right, so this is just for the next 45 days or something.
That's what I want to ask about. It's going through June. Is there a monthly minimum that they charge us?
No, I just picked June as the outermost limit of snow.
The other thing.
Okay. Thank you. You were so wrong on that.
Wait a
Oh my
minute.
God.
I would just plan for the worst, man.
April 1st.
It's a clean 6
The other
months.
thing that I would say is if you would look at what we consider a contract and say that's our contract, a future contract might have some more detail in it.
And we're not alone in, I mean, this is not the only instance where we need to do more competitive bids and strengthen our contracting process. This is a weakness we have.
Well, in defense of Steve, he did get.
But this was not a personal thing
Well,
about.
I know, but
Yeah.
he chose KBK and was recommending having them as our contractor for snow removal after, getting bids from other
That's true.
contractors.
Thank you.
So this is not a non-competitive bidding situation. They were the low bidder.
So I think to Mark's point, hey, great, let's extend this like Jeff said for, through June, get done. Well, in the meantime, we'll get some competitive bids and just like everything, we should always rebid a contract every 3 or 4 years, right? I mean, nobody gets one forever, like, sounds like we have some other ones who've
So
done
you have
things
some
forever.
that have been forever, yeah.
I have a
We're not gonna do that anymore.
I have a question about like the salting. Is there like some
30-year contract.
standard, like they salt 23rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th,
Yeah.
9th, 30th,
It's-
31st?
That's a concern.
Supervisor, we
Yeah.
had that. very
Can we just
same
call it
issue.
the salt contract from here going forward? But I guess I don't want them salting in June or May, and I'm only being a smart aleck, but like this seems to be a lot of salt at $3.50 a pop. So
I think that Christie or Rebecca, I can't remember which one, are requiring more verifications.
Talked about what we do with in the short term.
Okay.
And the item, the things that you just identified, we have talked with at some length here and talked about changing our behavior a little bit.
Okay, if you're on it, you're on it.
And I will say, I do think that there's going to be kind of a policy conversation at some point balancing like public safety and the environment when it comes to how frequently, public buildings really like to be over salted so that nobody falls. And we don't want anybody to fall, but I think that we need a balance because there's a lot of salt.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
A lot.
Okay,
All right.
did we address your questions,
So-
trustee Carrie?
So we're just extending this for 3 months through the winter season, and then we will revisit. Is that what I'm understanding?
The intent is to sort of re-examine this in on multiple levels, both the
Yeah.
delivery of service by this contractor, but also the overall situation.
How we do
Yeah,
the
and-
service delivery for grounds.
Maybe we could talk to the fire department and see if they're willing to do their own salting or.
No, That's
They
not an
don't-
option for them.
No, okay.
We discussed that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm just asking.
No.
No,
They just,
you
All
just
right,
have to have something.
If we've addressed your,
They don't have enough network,
you're the one
yeah.
who asked to pull it. I
Yeah,
just want to make
that's it.
sure that we've addressed your
It
question.
just seemed a little high for
Yeah.
1 month
It
of
is.
salting
It is.
and it's
And
like.
you were right.
you're right.
Okay.
You were right.
Hire me.
All right.
Right, well, so
We shouldn't
if we're ready, then is someone prepared to make the model motion to authorize extension of contract with KBK Landscaping for plowing and salting services through June 30th, 2023 in an amount not to exceed $15,000 payable from funds 101-265 and fund 206 proportionately, and to authorize the supervisor to sign on the township's behalf. Further, to authorize payment of invoice 5128 for $7,600 from funds 101-265 and fund 206.
Support.
Okay, moved by Riser, support by Flintoff. And this is paying something, so I think we have to have a roll call.
Brazo,
Yeah.
Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, motion passes.
Okay, that brings us to,
J1.
does indeed, proposed amendment to Scio Township Ordinance, Chapter 8, Animals. Clerk Flintoff.
So briefly, there's two things. One, I just handed out because it didn't appear in the packet properly. For your reference, this is sort of a working recodification work plan. So as a general law township, unlike charter townships, there's no requirement that we recodify every 10 years. And in fact, going back, it looks like we codified about 18 years ago. And really, if you look at our code, our police power codes, chapters 1 through 35, they're lean, and that's okay, that's good. But there's a couple areas that need some attention. And so starting about a year and a half ago, I started working with Jim Fink to go through methodically. And so you'll see some things have been updated, major overhaul of utilities and fire to get our fees and standards up to date. There recently been some work done on fireworks and marijuana and things. And so green is my assessment of it's okay for now. Yellow is it needs some work, and red is it needs some work, and our lack of work has had documented negative impact on residents. So this takes us to animals. I would also flag building and building regulations. I want to suggest that John consider taking a look at that and see if you want to look at that. I know
I
you've
was
had.
gonna suggest it after we
Yeah, I thought.
voted on this one.
Yeah, okay. I thought if you'd be so kind to start poking around chapter 10, because I know you have an interest in that. And then Kathy, chapter 16, that's where the noise ordinance fits in. And I know you've done some work on that. And so, but I just encourage everybody to kind of look through. I'll also say, I'm gonna turn my attention next to chapter 12, businesses, because that has a lot of the, massage parlor, peddler, solicitor, all that stuff that I'm in charge of, and that needs to be updated. So my suggestion is what we've been doing is just kind of taking these one at a time and going through them, bringing them up to date and fixing what needs to be fixed. So one of the simple ones is animals, chapter 8 here. We've actually already had the public hearing on it nearly a year ago. And one of the problems with our ordinance was it lacked an enforcement provision, and just straight up, I think it was a typo from, it just was missing the enforcement section altogether. So it just was never done properly. We hadn't used it. And then when we turned need to use it. We realized it was deficient. So I want to thank Conrad Seiler from Fink's office. And John Reiser has weighed in, Jillian has weighed in. And so what we have here is an animals ordinance that really speaks mostly to dogs. And it does a couple of things. It says you've got to have your dog on a leash when you're outside of your yard and not in a dog park. Okay, not in a designated place. You need to have your dog on a leash, meaning under control means on a leash. We'd already passed an ordinance that says you have to pick up your dog's waste. That's reflected in here. And then it also defines a dangerous dog. And a dangerous dog is defined here. It's when it, for no good reason, bites or attacks and causes serious injury or death to another dog or to a person. Okay, and then the enforcement for these, another piece is, and Kathy, if you go to Article 2, Section 820, the noise violation by a dog. It shall be unlawful for somebody to keep a dog which creates such noise that it violates Chapter 16, Division 2 of this code. So it references the noise ordinance. Okay, so the noise ordinance needs to cover dog barking as well.
Wouldn't that be under? I mean, even though it would be in the noise ordinance and the dog word or the
It
animal
could
ordinance?
be, our codes are so undeveloped that I think right now it's easier to just reference over there for now, rather than have competing. We can revisit it, but it's gonna be just another type of noise to try to measure. And that's always the issue with noise, right?
So we're going to be measuring a dog bark?
I don't
That's how
know.
noise ordinance generally works. It's decibel level at the property line. That's what makes them tricky.
Right.
Right, but that doesn't make sense for dog barking. Because there's different types of dogs, the loud, so you have to get a decibel reader out.
So the noise ordinance will address this.
Okay.
But this,
That's your back.
and John, maybe you could speak to this, in
Hang on a
terms
minute,
of
I'm trying to get the,
in
I'm trying
terms,
to pull it up.
in terms of in terms of the enforcement, all of these are enforced as usual by our code enforcement officer, county sheriff's office. Obviously, we have a whole capacity building issue we need to do with code enforcement here. But municipal civil infractions, except for those dangerous dogs. The definition of that comes right from the state statute. So if somebody has a dangerous dog, then it's written in such a way that it would be referred to the county prosecutor if warranted. Okay,
So
No, I think a dangerous dog is a civil infraction. And so under you're proposing Article 4, dangerous dogs, the owner of a dog that meets the definition of a dangerous dog is responsible for violating this article. And then that's a municipal civil infraction. So a dangerous dog is something that we could enforce through the sheriff's department.
you're right.
Or through our township ordinance officer.
And a dangerous dog's definition includes, and this is what Conrad was explaining, includes a dog that bites or attacks causing serious injury or death, and that those definitions
Stem from state law.
right, which is helpful if it needs to be referred to the prosecutor. Is that right,
Right,
John?
I think so, although in this case, it's gonna be, it wouldn't go to a county prosecutor, presumably, we'd keep it in-house.
Right, we could, yeah.
What's our status on code enforcement or a code enforcement officer?
I don't know.
Well, right now, we are trying to figure that out. And we have, Ralph is sort of staying on and helping out until we find someone to replace him. We've been talking with Carlisle Wortman. And Jim Fink has given us some recommendations. Actually, one of them led right back to Carlisle Wortman. And so it's being actively discussed. We just had a meeting, Mark and I, with Conrad and Doug just last week. So,
But I think we should have an agenda item on it at some point, and then.
but when we
Near
have something
future.
for people to respond to, I'd like to bring that rather than just sort of throw it open to the board.
Oh.
But we're working on coming up with a proposal to sort of the next phase of our code enforcement.
I would say in terms of enforcement of this ordinance, we'll certainly make the sheriff's folks aware of this change as well.
So who's gonna talk to the sheriff?
So, yeah, and I think we have a couple potential amendments here.
I have, but to answer your question, Jillian, under Article 1, Division 2, noise, it's not decibel level in this particular incorporation by reference, Division 2. It says, it shall be unlawful for any person to create, assist and create, permit, continue or continuance of any unreasonably loud, disturbing, unusual, unnecessary noise that either annoys, disturbs, injures, or endangers the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of others within the limits of the township.
Okay, John.
So
Pretty thorough to me.
It's draft noise ordinance uses decibel levels.
You're getting
We haven't seen the draft yet.
No, but
This
I'm
is
telling
the
you,
current one.
this is the current law on this.
Right.
This is
Yeah.
we're referencing this, should this pass. That's the current noise ordinance.
Right, and so I think that's the right way to do it, Jillian, because if we start trying to regulate noise in every single ordinance, then we're just gonna have all sorts of inconsistencies.
Right, but
We just need
there's not,
to- Well, it's open for,
right, I
for
guess.
debate.
The township, Jim Fink has advised against sort of spreading around different kinds of
Yeah.
similar things in different places and ordinances,
Correct.
because then when you're trying to update them later, it's hard to make sure
Yeah.
that you've gone
This is
around.
a-
I get that, but it was originally under the dog ordinance. So it was very clear about the barking and it all just go, or, you know, well, I guess that would be the only, yeah. So everything was right in there under
Well,
dogs.
And actually, yes.
At
and-
waste and.
Conrad wanted it out of there. I mean, because what the language that we had is so subjective. By loud and frequent barking, yelping, growling, or other noise causes material annoyance, disturbance, or discomfort. I mean, so again, that is, he felt like that was so mushy that it's not worth having on the books unless we can make it enforceable.
Yeah, we should ask Kathy's neighbors.
So one other thing,
Doggies.
I got a good, I'm just
Or
gonna,
Otis, man, that guy has torment.
Okay,
I'm just gonna keep talking because we have a lot left on our agenda.
Yes, we do.
So, couple potential, changes. I got a good piece of feedback from Wendy Klein, one of our, residents. And I wanted to,
I saw that.
section 824. Any owner or keeper who requires the use of a disability assistance animal, I'd like to change that to a service animal as defined by the ADA, just to make that clear.
I'm sorry, that was 824?
Yep, service animal as defined by the ADA, and that keeps us aligned with the federal and state definition of service dog. And then John also had a good suggestion around 820 subsection C. A dog shall not be considered stray or at large if the dog is in an area designated by the township board as a dog play area. John?
So my thing on that is, one, it should probably be a fenced area designated as a dog play area. And that's homeowners associations, condo associations, some apartment complexes. You're starting to see private dog parks that owners are putting in. And I can see like a PUD in a dense area that we might want to require as part of the public benefits of like a dog park on that PUD property. So
John, your suggestion?
my suggestion is to say a fenced area like a dog park should be fenced area.
So
Yeah.
we're, sorry. Say-
On page, on C,
Yep,
under 820C,
yep,
a dog
If the
shall
dog
not
is
be
in a-
considered stray or at large if the dog is in a fenced area and then designated as a dog play area. I don't think we need to say by the township board, because it could be a homeowners association, condo association, it could be a apartment complex, it could be a developer, like,
right. And then if we start having problems with
Right,
road
right.
dog play areas, we can deal with that.
yeah, but I do think it should be fenced.
That's fine. Okay, I'm
Road
fine with
dog
that.
play areas.
Okay.
Are there other amendments that we need to consider to the language of the ordinance?
And I will say, for more, for bigger ordinances, we would have no more than one reading, certainly no pressure to adopt it tonight, but I do think this is fully baked. And would suggest that we adopt it so we can get it published and enacted.
Is someone prepared to make a motion to adopt the ordinance as we have modified it this evening?
Justin, short ordinance, you want to move to amend? Or you
Sure, yeah, I would like to move to adopt the ordinance amending chapter 8 animals as amended here tonight.
I would support that.
Okay, so moved by Flintoff, support by Riser.
The
As an
only other-
ordinance, do we need to take a roll call or no?
Mhm.
The
Okay,
only other discussion is, does this need to have had, and has it already had the requisite public hearing? Or
yeah,
do
she
we-
said at the beginning, we had a long time
Yeah, so
ago.
let me tell you, we actually have no requirement for our police power ordinances to have any public hearings, shockingly. And we did already have one.
Okay,
Should we have more rules around that? Sure, but that's another chapter. Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
Okay, so please call the roll.
Brazo,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes. Ordinance adopted. Thank you.
Okay, that
Thanks
brings
for
us
working on
to item
Problem.
J2. This is the Michigan Economic Development Corporation grant, and the action will be to authorize the supervisor to sign the grant agreement with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. In fact, the model motion is to accept the Michigan Economic Development Grant of $1,700,000 for use on the Zeep Road Pathway Phase 5 and Park Road safety improvements, and to authorize the supervisor to sign the attached agreement. And I'm guessing that there is some discussion. Clerk Flintoff.
Sure. Would it be okay if I put together a little bit of background on these grants? I'd like to just share out for everybody. Had a chance to talk with Anna Cohn, trying to get a sense, because for any of you who have been tracking this, this is like Groundhog Day, where my concerns are exactly the same as they were the last time this grant came forth, and nothing about it has been resolved, and we're sort of repeating problems, which was frustrating.
Okay, just to connect to one question, because I'm unaware.
Yeah.
So if we say yes to the grant from the MEDC, do we have to apply it and use it for the things that we've outlined, or is there flexibility?
And that is
Post-grant.
such a super question that I've been asking for months. And I actually asked it of our township attorney, via
Okay.
Will, about a week ago. I asked it of our town, let me just say that our township attorney, said, I don't like this contract, doesn't have the flexibility. Will reached out, got an email from the grant administrator.
Okay.
We also have some past experience of this grant administrator. So what we can do and what we should do is getting a little murky here. So
Okay.
let me give a little background on this, because this is now going to be the third grant that the township would receive through MEDC. So it's part of the state's earmark process, right? It's support, it's earmark. It circumvents any competitive process. It's not necessarily based on any merit at all. We're just the
Give some cash.
fortunate residents who live in a place with effective advocacy by Representative Lizinski, and we're grateful for that, right?
Good.
However, there's like little oversight by the state, Will promises, and it makes it, to me, all the more important that the township does what we say we're gonna do, and I don't ever want to approve something that says we're gonna do something we're not gonna be able to come through on, right, with these grants. So that goes to your question of how much flexibility is there in the scope and in the budget. So back to the processes, the board was never consulted about what state funds we should seek. No one officer or committee has ever been delegated that responsibility. And not any one of us could represent the spending or policy priorities for the entire board. But that's what's been happening with these earmarks. When the board soon considers any renewal of our GCSI contract, that might be an opportunity for us to talk about how we discern what our policy priorities are, and in particular, what we might need some gap funding from the state for. But we don't have that in place. So the board first learned of the first two MEDC grants of 1.5 million when we were notified by a former trustee in September of 2021, who'd been working with our supervisor and with Roy Townsend to advocate for pathway money, which was super. January 25th, 2022, the board authorized expenditure of $750,000 of that pending money to construct phase 4 of the pathway. So we found out we were gonna get 1.5. We hadn't received it yet, so we authorized half of it. Then in May 2022, the board approved acceptance of the 1.5 in 2 motions. And so it was in May where we were already looking back at this exact same agreement with this exact same conundrum and the exact same questions that you just asked about how much flexibility we have. And I think the short answer is it's a difference of opinion on how much flexibility it feels like we should take. So one of these was for phase 4 and one was for phase 6, which is the area going over 94. Same concerns, because there's never been a meaningful consultation. It's kind of mushy. We haven't talked about it. And then in November of 2022, we approved Zeeb Road 6 engineering study from the grant funds. We've received $750,000 for phase 6, half of the $750,000 for phase 4. And tonight we're being asked to approve same grant terms for 1.7 million, 800,000 of which is for Park Road potentially, and the other 900,000, which is for phase 5 of the pathway to get over the Huron River. So I want to say that clearly we need a better process for this. I have a grants policy for the township in draft form. I want to go back and look at, because these grants are new for the township. So we do need to really assign responsibility with the people in charge of it. But I am concerned about people like Anna Cohn, the roads commit, Anna Cohn, our Parks and Paths Director, who's in charge of this budget, needs to be in charge of these grants. The roads committee, who we created and gave a charge to, needs to give us a recommendation on if we should do Park Road or not and how we should do it. And so a lot of these decisions kind of came up from above without the people responsible who are going to have to carry this out over the next several years being consulted.
Okay, so can I make a few comments?
Yeah.
So all legit, no disagreements with anything you said.
Well, maybe.
Hold on, let me, you haven't.
He's talking group thing.
Sorry, Mark.
Excuse me, Johnny.
Sorry, Mark.
Come on, you guys.
Apologies, Mark.
So here's my take, just a simple take. We've got the state wants to give us $1.7 million. At the end of the day, they have no idea. When we told them we're gonna spend on this and this, they don't know, they don't care. They have no idea where the pathway is going. They have no idea where a road goes. They have no idea what Park Road even is, right? Let's be honest. The person who made that decision has no clue of what, when we say Park Road, we could have said Clark Road. They would have said, oh,
Well,
okay.
Representative Lazinski sure does.
That's probably true.
And she personally came here and said, good news, got money for you to pave Park Road.
Understood, but I think Lazinski is just gonna, hold on. Lazinski's gonna obviously represent our best interests, and she would probably have it to say, look, the best interest is taking that money and spending it on Z versus X, whatever Z and X are, doesn't matter. as long as we got, I think that, in my opinion, we take the money, how we where that money gets delegated, I think to your point, we probably need to think that through a little more. That needs to be a little more consensus on where that money, and the answer might just be the two things that we've allocated it for, that may not change. Or maybe it does, I don't know, we need to kind of work that out, but in any regard, I think we take the cash, and whether we change the paradigm of what we should share with the state, I don't know how much the state's gonna really care. I guess that's wrong, why would they care?
Well,
As long as we're doing what's best for the township, and ultimately that's best for
Well,
Michigan.
wait.
Hold on, this is a meeting, I'm still moderating it, but are you finished?
I am now done.
Okay, trustee Riser.
Mark, I love you, but I disagree. I think that we need to spend the money like the state is telling us to spend the money, because we're entering into a binding agreement.
Exactly.
And we need to use
I
the
was gonna
money.
say.
Paragraph 1, nature of the services to provide funding to the grantee to provide a safe connection between the central business transportation corridor and a regional non-motorized pathway network, i.e. the grant activities, and then incorporation by reference of Roman numeral 3, Mark, says the following documents are incorporated by reference as binding obligations, terms, and conditions of the agreement. Now.
Okay, did I know that?
I was gonna say.
Aha.
And that's why I voted.
Now I
against
see
it.
what you're saying.
So that's why I was.
All right, well, that's,
Well,
I
that's-
did not know that, John.
Yeah, no, and then when the devil's in the details, like it or not, Exhibit A, grantee's budget. Cost elements, there are 2 of them. There's trail infrastructure for the Z Road Pathway Design Build, $900,000. And then there's road infrastructure, Park Road and Pathway for $800,000. So that suggests to me that that could be used for Park Road, or it could be used for the pathway, or if you look at the scope spelled out in paren 1, a safe connection. I think it could be used for crosswalks. I think it could be used for a street light at Z Road, whatever makes, if it's not to be used for asphalt for Park Road, then it can be used for the trailway for Park Road, the engineering for Park Road, the crosswalks for Park
Yeah,
Road.
okay.
The street that makes it safer for people to get to that trail that's gonna continue west. That's just my take.
Yeah.
I think it isn't, I agree with you about the no-brainer. We accept this money. How we divvy it up later, that's a fight for another night, in my opinion.
And I agree with I do see this as a binding contract. It's why our township attorney did not like this language.
And I don't know that. She didn't tell me, or he didn't tell me that. I don't know who our township attorney
I
is.
disagree with that representation of the township
Oh,
attorney.
okay, she told me.
Well, I was
And
there
us.
in the meeting
Yeah.
and I heard what she said and I
So
responded to
in
it.
any
For
case,
all of the meeting, Will,
so in any case,
because I heard that too. I heard what Jessica said.
Well, I was in a meeting with her where we talked about this. I don't know if it was the same meeting that you guys are
It was.
describing,
I
but
wasn't in any meeting.
so in any case, forget about that. What I'm saying is, like, we have the opportunity here we know Fund 400 isn't available. There's also the question of how much we're bound in Exhibit A by, Will has found out that they're only going to be tracking the grant funds. Does that mean that we should put forward match that we know is not really there? No, that would be a misrepresentation. And so there's a significant amount of pledged money that we know is not actually there or going to be there for Park Road. So I'm wondering, why wouldn't we just ask Mark and the Parks Director to go back, get proposed revision to Exhibit A? That's something that is realistic enough, gives us the wiggle room to work within. But I don't think it's gonna be so different, but we know that we don't have the money to pave Park Road, and we've never even talked about if we wanna do it. But I'm saying, we don't have Fund 400 available for that project. So why are we saying?
And why don't, who says we don't? Is there
Wait
a
a
memo,
minute.
is there a legal memo to
Wait,
that
wait.
effect?
Other people,
Sorry.
remember, moderate.
No.
Hey. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
remember, respect.
Okay, my apologies. I started
Moderate
that
then.
out. My interruption started it. My apologies, Kathy.
Okay,
Trustee No, please, you have the floor.
okay. So I agree with John in that these this contract creates a binding obligation. And the contract language would be looked at first by a court if there is any dispute about this. So the contract incorporates Exhibit A. You say in your description of this issue that the funding sources are speculative, and they are speculative. We haven't identified the funding sources for most of this proposal. And I think it's inappropriate to keep kicking the can down the road or whatever. I know we all want the money, but we haven't had a meeting, we haven't discussed paving Park Road. We don't know if that's where we're going. The township hasn't done capital planning. I mean, there are so many interrelated issues, things we haven't done. And I think it's inappropriate to take this money at this time now, given what we haven't done.
Kathy, can I just ask Kathy a question? Because I just want clarity. So Kathy, what you're saying is, if we take this 1.7 million, we have to do a match. Is that what I'm hearing? And we don't know where that match is coming from yet.
We're saying we're going to.
Right, we commit that we're gonna come up with this 1.7 million, which we haven't done a budget yet, so we don't know.
And there's no available, I mean, there's not enough available money.
Well, just a second, Mark, if that's what Kathy's saying, that is just not accurate. So that's not what this says. There's no match required. And I tried to make that very clear because Groundhog Day, that's what came up last year. And we had to go through all of this discussion.
Yeah, match
There
is
is
a
no
trigger word.
required
Yeah.
match for this money.
There is no match.
But there is money that we say that it's gonna cost this much comes from the grant, and we're gonna provide this much.
The NEDC does ask for a description of other funding for the project. Even though it says there is no matching requirement, but there is a requirement that, and this is right here.
But look at Exhibit A.
Yeah, oh, I have Exhibit A,
No.
which Mark, okay. So may I go?
Yeah, well.
Oh, sorry, are you
please,
finished?
Yeah, go ahead, you guys.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Sorry, Will.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so what was provided to the state? I know there's Exhibit A here, but there's also in our packet, there's the Zeeb Road map, the Zeeb Road pathway map design, right?
Right, so that's supportive information, supportive material for this discussion, so people understand what it is that we're talking about. So,
Okay, so did this go to the state?
no,
No, okay, this is just for us.
that's just for
Okay,
you. No,
so
it's not an
here-
exhibit. That's just supporting material for this discussion.
Okay, thank you. So the road infrastructure, Park Road and Pathway Design Build is on Exhibit A. We do not know what that is. So I know that there's been discussion of Park Road project. It's never been in front of the board. We've never approved this. We don't know what the design, what any of this goes into. But what bothers me is that if we approve this, we are bound to Park Road and Pathway Design Build. But the only thing that we know is what was handed to us. I have a real problem here with a special assessment district paving of Park Road and pedestrian path. I will not vote on something that will bind residents into a potential special assessment district when we don't even do them right in the first place. So,
Explain.
no, not yet, because I'm not finished.
Well, all right.
Okay,
Just
but,
keep
okay.
reacting to it then.
All right, so definitely we need safety improvements. I am all for safety. There was something else here. No, that's not it. Here, even in this description, again, Parks and Pathways millage, we know we have that money. I don't know how much, and that's not my thing, but as well as the Scio Township Road SAD. Now, I have been going through Public Act 188. I've been trying to get answers to my questions. And from what I can, and I have read it through many times.
Yeah.
And I am putting together the process that really is kind of hard because the township 2013 SAD file is missing. So I'm pulling it together from different sources and I'm getting verification on that. And it's not matching how Public Act 188 is laid out, the formula for special assessments. So this 2 million or 1.6, I'm sorry,
1.6, it'll be
yes,
near-
we have huge questions and we cannot allocate that money when we have questions that haven't been answered.
And if I could just say, John, you asked about the written attorney opinion. Like literally, man, it is so clear that we cannot spend that money on Park Road. I said privately, you know, what we should really find out, it makes our assessor uncomfortable, attorney uncomfortable. I said, let's get a written attorney opinion on it before we have this meeting here. And that was about a week and a half ago. So here we are. So, I mean, what we could do is table it for 2 weeks. We could get that written attorney opinion and we could, what I think would help us along is more, in addition to that, is to direct our parks director and manager to come back with a revised Exhibit A that we could all live with, that gives us enough flexibility. You know, it can be along the same intention, but doesn't bind us to doing things that we're not, haven't decided to do and aren't prepared to do.
Okay, I would like a turn. Everyone else has had one, well, except perhaps Treasurer Palmer. So first of all, these items, these illustrations are meant to sort of help understand what it is that we're talking about. It's not meant, these were not attached, these are not part of the agreement, and I can explain where they came from, right? The plan for zebra pathway has been evolving, but basically this is the basic design that shows where the segments are so that we can understand the context of all the different comments about phase 6, phase 4, phase 5, etc. So a big chunk of this, more than half of it, is aimed towards phase 5, which is the next phase of the zebra pathway to get across the river and up to the border-to-border trail.
And the
The oth-
zebra road, all of those segments or sections, I guess, I don't know what you call them, have been board approved.
Well, we've approved the phase 5 engineering to support and the application for the federal TAP grant, which is part of what's referenced in the budget.
And
That's
I-
attached to it. Well, I'm not done
No,
yet.
Can I just back you up on one thing?
Okay.
If I tell you what I'm gonna say, can I say it? So I talked to Anna Cohn, the Parks Director, because she hadn't been consulted on any of these budgets. And that's a problem. But she's the person we're holding responsible for managing the budgets.
She's
So-
very new, so it's a process and you get there.
And I talked to her, we worked through it. She does believe that there'll be enough funding from 208 that she can budget over those years to support that pledged amount for that section.
Thank you. So the other items here were developed actually by Joe Maynard for the township. They show a proposed plan for improvements on Park Road. And these were done before I came to the township. These are updated site plans, boards, I think he called them, for these improvements that were triggered by the Trailwoods development plan that in their development agreement that came from 2015 to pave Stabler all the way to Cedar Ridge Drive. So that plan existed since 2015 with Trailwoods. That was approved by the township board. The township board agreed as a party to the development agreement that the road commission reached with the developer. So in a sense, yes, the township board did approve. Well, you can shake your head, but the township board did approve a plan to pave all the way to Cedar Ridge Drive. And that is a fact. Now, these are a response, these are a response to that fact. They're basically looking ahead. And when I came in, I was presented with this situation. And at that time, in 2020, we were expecting that Trailwoods would imminently be paving. Now, it took them several years because they had to go through Eagle to get approval for the changes they were gonna make at Stabler that affected the Honey Creek. But once they got those approved, they're ready to move forward. They're now moving forward, and that is a reality. And the township board, took action way back when it approved that. And so it's not something that the township board has never, ever dealt with. This township board has not yet discussed it in a township board meeting. But I would also like to respond to this, well, actually, just a minute.
Okay.
So Exhibit A, the budget, this is something that they, basically, the state hands to the grant recipient, in this case, Scio Township, and says, you need to fill this in from these sort of categories. You need to put in here a budget that's, just a rough budget where you expect the funding from the state to fit into the overall project budget. So give us a rough idea of how much you think it's going to cost to do these projects and a rough idea of where you're going to get the other funding together with our funding from the state in order to accomplish it. And that is all that it is. It's just your rough budget. It's not meant to be, oh, you're locked into a particular funding source.
Just one question. So if we agreed to this document tonight, what does that bind us to? What are we really, at the end of the day, really hardcore bound to?
Well, and that was the question that was raised in the meeting with Mariah Fink, the township attorney that people have been referring to. She said, well, these three aspects of this boilerplate agreement from the state give me concern. And I said, okay, so I will go and I will try and get an answer from the grant administrator who's actually referenced in the grant agreement from the state. And I got it, and that is what is quoted in here. And what she said in response to those concerns raised by Mariah is, you don't need to really worry about it because we don't track these other parts of this blue budget. The only thing we're concerned about is the money that you're getting from the state, whether you're spending it on the things roughly that you said you were going to spend it on. And if you decide at some point later on, you know what, we need to move it around.
That makes sense because you're not really ever obligated to do a match anyway.
Here says the agreement together with the Exhibit A incorporated herein is the entire agreement between the parties.
So Will, what's the heartburn, to steal a phrase from Brazil? What's the heartburn about, actually taking that latitude that they've so clearly given us? Because you came up with a proposed budget. We're being asked to approve it tonight with implications unknown. Privately, I have asked that we, and take a breath. What is the heartburn with, just taking a minute to ask the parks director and manager to come up with an Exhibit A that doesn't raise so many red flags, given that we gotta live with the contract terms that we have?
So can I ask, what's wrong? Like, I think that Park Road is going to be paved someday. I don't know if it's this year or next year, but Park Road is going to be paved someday because the residents they don't want people cutting through their neighborhood and driving fast and not stopping. They don't want people, the dust. I think it's going to be paved someday. And I think this can help us get there, whether this money is just used for the pathway or the lights or non-quote unquote pavement. It seems to me that there's some tension about should we pave Park Road or not. That's kind of part of this discussion that I don't know that it should be part of this discussion because it says road infrastructure, Park Road and pathway. How we allocate that $800,000 toward it, whether it just goes to the pathway portion or the other, I don't think we have to decide now. And we do have the authority under this agreement to changes in the budget will be allowed only upon prior review and written approval by the grant administrator.
So why not do that tonight?
Because I don't think that it's gonna happen in the future, and I think this is a stalling technique, and we're using excuses to not do it. I'm prepared to vote yes on this tonight, but that's just
Wow.
speaking for
That is-
myself.
That
Okay.
is just, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if Park Road wants, if Park Road residents want to pave Park Road, they can organize an SAD to pave Park Road.
And that's what this is about.
No, it's not.
No, the
Sort of.
problem is
No, it
that
has, how does that have anything to do with this, John?
Because we've got $800,000 to help those people pave that road, and it sounds like we're putting up impediments to help. Park Road.
No. I honestly, John, I think that what I have is an assessor saying, I don't think we can do a special assessment on those two HOAs because they don't have frontage.
I'm not in favor of an HOA.
John.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is,
Sad for those HOAs. I'm not talking about that.
okay, what I am asking is where it is not our responsibility to pave Park Road. Where in the world would the money come from if those neighborhoods did not assess themselves? That is a real
a
question.
millage, but that's down the road. I have a question here, or I have something to.
Or the transportation millage, I agree with that.
Yes, okay, so a couple of things is, again, we have not talked about Park Road. It's just been an idea that's been floating
Yeah.
around. It was never part of the township-wide road SAD. Okay, so taking money from that,
When you say we, you mean we, this current board, or we as the
just
board?
over the boards over
Yeah.
time. So
In the last 10
we
years.
take the responsibility of the boards before us. So there, this is, that Park Road project was just a concept and it never was in the original 2013. Paving Park Road was never in that original. We were supposed to do a gravel uplift, which we never did. We never did any maintenance on that little bit of Park Road. It is, we drove it. And if it did have a gravel uplift, like the money that was set aside for that, we wouldn't have the problems with the speeders, with the dust and with the cutting through.
So here's what's changed.
But this was the original 2013 money that was set aside for that. We can't use that for anything
So
else.
here's what's changed for me, is that the paving of most of it by Trailwoods, that's
Wait,
gonna be.
okay, but one thing is,
Wait a second.
Wait.
Trustee Noel, you have a turn.
Thank you. Okay. I get the sense that you're assuming that the majority of residents are in favor of
Yeah.
paving Park Road.
I got that sense.
The
too.
remaining portion,
Don't start.
yes. To answer your question, yes.
Okay, I'm not so sure that's true. There are many people who are opposed to paving Park Road. Yes, there are many people who favor paving Park Road. I see that now. But there was a town hall held like 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
June 1st, 2021.
Okay. For the residents of Arbor Point, Country French Estates, Trailwoods, and some other residents attended. I attended. Who else here?
I did.
Attended.
I
that?
watched it.
yeah, it was on Zoom. It was
Yeah.
during.
Carlisle Wortman facilitated the discussion. And that the public response was mixed. A lot of people were opposed to it. We were told there would be more town halls. I think that's what people were told. People were invited to submit questions. People were told that they would receive answers to their questions. I submitted 2 questions online during the meeting, and they were never answered. Then the meeting was cut off at an hour and a half, I think, when a lot of people still had more to say.
But this doesn't commit us to paving Park Road, is that correct?
It doesn't,
kind of says
and I
to
think an important.
Park Road
Does,
and
but
pathways
that's
design
different
zone.
opinion. You think it
Well-
does, they're saying it does.
An important
here. This is
distinction
exhibit A.
about that meeting
But
was
she's
that
got
it
the
was
application.
when we were looking at those boards and we were assuming that there was going to be an SAD to all those parcels we're going to have to pay.
We
That's
thought
just an
maybe.
email. This is
Right,
binding.
well, that was the
Emails.
basis for that, for the funding of the
just asked
work
that
at
of
that
the
time,
board.
and that's, I think, when there, you talk about people having a negative reaction, I think that's where we got the negative reactions. a lot of people tuned into that Zoom meeting, and we didn't have a firm figure for the cost. We still haven't done engineering, right? So that would be a next step, is to do engineering to find out exactly how much it would cost and what would be involved. But we didn't have those answers. It was an initial town hall meeting. People were worried about how much they might have to pay themselves through a parcel by parcel SAD. That's, I think, what people were reacting to. And in some ways, what came out of that meeting was an effort to try and find a way to pay for it that didn't burden the neighborhoods quite so much with an SAD.
But an effort amongst whom?
Well, at the time, there was a roads advisory committee that was in kind of a free form, right? Well, let's not drag every aspect of this through the mud, but we went.
It matters.
Well, okay, but let me finish. Quickly after that meeting, we engaged in trying to restart the roads advisory committee. First, I was told, oh, don't have a committee, just get a study group together. And then I started that, and then everyone said, oh no, don't do a study group, get a committee together. So we got a committee together, and then we went through all these steps to appoint people. There were a lot of stuff going on. That's why there wasn't that follow-up that you were saying should have occurred to that meeting, because we were following up in a different way. We were reconstituting a roads advisory committee and getting it started. And the first meeting of that roads advisory committee, we spent some time talking about the situation with Park Road. So it's not that there hasn't been some discussion of this. It just hasn't worked its way up to the board for.
No decisions were made.
And no discussion at the roads committee. I mean, just. the
Yeah.
places
Well, there
where-
has been lots of discussion at the roads committee.
Okay.
Not the project, it's just been.
Well,
Early on at the roads
Okay.
committee, we did have
Okay.
some discussion about this.
Okay, that little bit of Park Road at 3,750 feet, which I verified with the road commission, is going to cost 1.5 million just to pave that. Just to pave the road. We're not talking about the pathways, we're not talking about the light. And this came from one of the MACs. I can't keep them straight. Now, one of the reasons why residents were upset about that June 1st is that the letter that was sent out to 700 residents says funding for the township's portion of the project would come in part from a special assessment district or SAD. And then it says, because this is a township initiated road SAD, which this never went in front of the board. So to tell residents that, okay, the township is initiating the SAD in your area and you're going to pay for this project is not right. Because it was never went in front of the board.
How much is a traffic light gonna cost? Engineering gonna cost?
200 to 400,000.
How much is a traffic light, engineering, and a pathway all gonna cost?
Okay, preliminary engineering, 90,000.
95.
The pathway is not even part of the pathway budget or priority at this point. I
path-
understand you want to put it on there.
The pathway, from what I remember Will
No, no,
saying
no,
at that
no,
meeting
I'm
was
saying it's not been
400,000.
in any part of the pathway.
Is there a model motion that
prioritization.
I'd like to make?
Yes, it's to accept the
I just-
Michigan Economic Development Grant of 1,700,000 for use on the Zebra Road Pathway Phase 5 and Park Road safety improvements, and to authorize the supervisor to sign the attached agreement by the deadline that was given to us by the state. I just added that part.
I would,
What is the deadline that you were given?
Actually, the deadline that they put forward was January 31st. They gave us an extension until this meeting so that we could get this approved by the board.
Why?
I would move that model motion.
So moved by Riser, support by Brazeau.
I just have one discussion point. I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because I read the development agreement. This has never made any sense. It seems to me that moving forward on this is obligating us to either have a neighborhood SAD or a township-wide road mill. And John, illuminate me, man.
That was not part of my motion?
I know, and I'm telling you, this right here, the only way that this could be funded with a neighborhood SAD.
This money could sit for a long time
Or it could-
until we're finally ready to pave Park Road.
John, you're not, this here, what are the possible ways that this stretch could be could be, if we wanted to do it, how could we pay for this? Because Trailwoods is paying for this, right? And this could be a neighborhood SAD if there's a way to do it not according to
A
footage.
neighborhood
probably-
SAD, the neighbors could pass the hat.
Yep,
They-
or it could be,
It could be part of a township,
if there's a new
township
thing,
village. It could be for this, or it just
are there
waits
any other
until
ideas?
this money goes in, this money gets set aside and
Yeah,
earmarked.
what else could be done?
I am not going to bind. 'Cause I don't know what this Park Road thing is. Well, he's got the plans in here.
But it
That's
doesn't,
one way that we
you
do it
can
right here.
change it. He was
So
told
the-
that.
So
But
if someone
nobody
that
believes
seems
me.
illegal,
was
if we
told
can get
we
an
can
opinion that it's
change it.
legal.
We
a
call it
neighborhood
vote.
SAD
We
or
will.
village
Attorney's
has
saying that
done.
it's legal. is-
We can't, I know, but I will say the neighborhood SAD.
Mike is working on answering this question. I just.
On one hand,
He said that, did he?
no, no, no.
I
he
said,
it.
that's one option. She wanted to know what the options are. I said,
Yeah.
that could happen.
Yeah, that's another kind of aspirational option. So this is a millage, we don't have, here's the last thing I'll say. There are so many neighbors here. Why don't they get themselves organized?
They
And
do not have road frontage.
it can still be done, I think, and that's another legal question. Our assessor's not familiar with it, but our attorney has said, there's possible ways to do it. So what I'm saying is, I think the way we can help these neighbors is help them figure out how to do a neighborhood SAD, because there's so many homes there, the cost would be reasonable.
And that road is the general public uses that, and that goes against the premises of a special assessment.
Please
A
call the
millage is
roll. Call the
different.
roll.
Brazo,
Yes.
Carrie,
No,
Noel, Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, no. Motion passes 4-3.
That brings us to agenda item J3,
Oh, sorry.
Parks, Preserves and Pathways Committee appointments. And the model motion is to approve the following appointments for the Parks, Preserves and Pathways Committee commencing immediately. Thomas Morris to a 3-year term, Steve Hurt to a 2-year term, John Reiser to a 1-year term as board representative. Thank you, John. Adding that part. And these are the appointments of Mr. Morris and Mr. Hurt are recommended by the existing members of the Parks, Preserves and Pathways Committee after their review of the applicants. Are there comments?
I just have one correction, question, and comment. Is 6 applications to the committee were received. Anna and I touched base. She inadvertently left Kathleen Brands out of it because it was kind of coded differently, so that was an oversight. Is Rita the LPC representative?
Rita
be John.
Claiborne is not the LPC representative, but actually John Reiser would be.
So, okay, yeah, that's right, because Rita's not on the LPC. So we are required to have
What is
a,
it? I think Liz Wiseman wanted to be.
She
I
did,
think they
okay,
recommended
Liz, so
Liz
Liz
Wiseman.
would
but we
kind of be
would, we
the.
would have to add another seat to the committee in
No.
order to accommodate.
No, I
her.
don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
No, I think it's 9. It's like,
So,
I was gonna bring up Liz Wiseman as the LPC.
because she's already on parks. Correct?
no, she's on LPC.
She's on LPC.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. We need so one of the seats on parks is a LPC rep. So I just want to know if we want John to serve as
I
both.
think LPC recommended Liz Wiseman, and I don't wanna,
Oh, well,
for-
there's no room on the
Well, then-
Parks Committee for another person.
I think this works for now, and we can accommodate the LPC representation in the future a different way if we choose.
So
I-
I'm not trying to stress you out, man. I'm just trying to do what we said we were doing in the chart, which is that John would be both the board rep and the LPC rep to parks.
it was my understanding that there are 9.
I'm just responding to what's here and telling you all what's in
Oh,
the
no,
chart.
I'm saying there are 9.
Correct.
There are 9. It's a big committee.
Yeah,
And
I
it is,
counted.
planning commission,
I know, John.
roads, LPC, board, 5 at large.
Right.
It's,
And we don't have an LPC rep right now. So what I'm saying is, if we go forth with Thomas, Steve, and John, the way to make that work is to have John be the board rep and the LPC rep, or we can cut Thomas or Steve and wait for somebody else who can represent the LPC. I'm just saying, we need,
I would rather allow LPC, Liz Wiseman, to serve than me as the thing.
That we have to cover both seats in the moment. That's not really an option. We need a board of trustees representative to that committee. That's
Yeah.
important too.
or will, and I'm just putting all the options out, or we could not move forward Steve or Thomas and wait for somebody who fits the LPC seat, that's not John. So, or will, if you want to, move forward one of these and bring back the other ones.
I would rather, why don't we recommend Thomas and Stephen for sure, and I can beg out for now, so I don't wanna, I guess
I respect that.
I feel like hell, frankly, if Liz Wiseman wanted to be on there as part of the LPC, and I know she does, because she went to the meeting and sat in the audience. And I'll be darned if I'm gonna deprive her from having a role on something she wants to sit on. I can always be appointed later if we still need a board person, but I don't know, I just don't,
Yeah,
I would feel
sounds like
bad.
we should loop back with Liz and Anna.
Can we at least get Morris and Hurd on there?
I would support that.
John,
I'll go to the meeting.
John, I would like to move forward with this as it is and solve Liz's desire to serve some other way. She didn't apply. She didn't go through the process to apply.
I
to
don't
serve
think
on the
she
committee.
applied because she thought that she was gonna be recommended by the LPC.
Well, she thought that there was some process that didn't exist, and I talked with her about that, and she didn't seem to be bent out of shape to me when I talked with
And
her
I'll
about
talk to
it.
her, and you can always have the chance to vote John Reiser in the future. So just leave me out for now, so I can smooth it over with her.
Okay.
I'll go to the meeting.
I'd like to offer a motion to.
So we can modify the motion to remove the appointment of John
Yep.
Reiser and appoint Thomas Morris to a 3-year term and Steve Hurd to a 2-year term.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, let's do that. Is someone prepared to make that motion?
I would move it.
All right, Reiser.
Support.
Support by Flintoff. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right. Now we are on to agenda item J4. This is the request to authorize a permanent part-time accounting assistant.
Donna?
Let me give you some background first. Nancy Colasanti already is working in our area part-time. They came to us, well, she came to me and Sandy, my deputy together, and asked about being considered permanent part-time because we have other permanent part-time in that township, and that allows them to get not comp time, but
PTO and holiday.
that's it.
But probably not healthcare though, right?
No, just
No,
PTO and
no,
holiday
no healthcare.
prorated by the hours.
And it was a fair request because same position, same kind of thing,
Perfect.
make it the same.
Yeah.
We also spoke with Lori back here in utilities, and she too would become permanent
John,
part-time.
well, can you guys?
So that's the basis of this whole thing, just to make it right, in my opinion, okay? There's other background information in there about Nancy, which we've had before.
How long did you work in?
She started a year ago.
And you're happy with it?
Pardon me?
You've been here for a year and you're happy with it?
Yes,
Okay.
we desperately need her.
All right.
Until we can get some of these other positions.
That's a motion.
So are we
Well,
doing this for
wait.
Lori Carey?
Lori and
So
Nancy.
Donna,
Here, let me read it. We did some work, modified the wording.
Oh, okay.
It's the same, but whereas Scio Township is currently recruiting for a finance director who will recommend the size and capabilities needed in finance team members on a more permanent basis. And whereas Scio Township has retained Manor Custodian,
Yeah, tricky.
to provide urgently needed finance services for the interim. And whereas in 2021, the Board of Trustees established a full-time deputy treasurer position, and treasurer appointed Sandra Egler as the deputy to provide the treasurer with additional help with tax billing, collection, disbursements, reconciliation. And whereas Scio Township hired Lori Carey as utilities administrative assistant and Nancy Colasanti as assistant to the supervisor / treasurer about a year ago to fill some of the gaps in the finance, and both have performed well and their services are still needed. And whereas the Board of Trustees reduced the deputy treasurer position to half-time in 2022, instead created a position of half-time deputy supervisor and half-time deputy treasurer. And that has worked well too. Whereas the treasurer requires additional assistance with the tax billing, collection, disbursements, and reconciliation and receipting. Now therefore be it resolved that the position of utilities administrative assistant currently filled by Lori Carey at $25 per hour at 20 hours per week be converted to permanent part-time so that she may accrue prorated PTO and holiday pay in accordance with township policy and practices. And be it further resolved that the position of assistant currently filled by Nancy Colasanti at $28 per hour at 16 hours per week be converted to permanent part-time so that she may accrue prorated PTO and holiday pay in accordance with township policy and practices.
Support.
Right, so moved by Palmer, support by Flintoff. Since this involves pay, we probably should do a roll call vote.
Yeah, I think
Sorry, but why are they making different amounts per hour?
it's just the way they were hired in, I think.
I would say there's just a couple reflections. There's some pay. Again, we don't have classification compensation. We did an HR person. I would say there's a couple adjustments that we should look at in budgeting time of a couple people. So that was not addressed in this motion. That's what.
20 hours a week, that's what we have.
So, but in terms of, we definitely have, we need to look at the jobs and the skills and everything. And what I wanted to, in working with Donna on some proposed revision, which I appreciate her taking, I also said, hey, because we all, appreciate these temporary people who are brought on, and we're recruiting for a finance director. We're gonna have a reorganization, and we all understand that. Okay, so the permanent is still at will and all of that. And know that there's gonna be some reconfiguration. I had suggested to Donna that she have her deputy available full-time. And she did not think that was necessary. And so that's why those last two paragraphs are cut out there.
Well, she is
Please call the
available
roll.
for anybody who
Yeah.
needs her.
Let's please call a roll.
Brazeau,
Yes.
Carrie,
Yes.
Noel,
Yes.
Riser,
Yes.
Hathaway,
Yes.
Palmer,
Yes.
Flintoff, yes, motion passes. A resolution adopted.
Good, I got everybody to sing.
Okay, that brings us to public comment. This is a time for members of the public to speak for up to 3 minutes on any matter under the purview of the Board of Trustees. There's nobody here, so it's a question of whether there's people still participating remotely who would like to make a public comment.
How many are still on? Is it 11 or 16?
Yes. We have
14. 14. I
a
was-
couple, okay, everybody listen up, please. We got a couple members of the public.
Either way.
First up is Paula G, followed by Rob Paxton. Paula?
Yeah, as far as the SAD goes, it isn't just Public Act 188. And first I want to say, Donna, when you voted yes on that, I remember you saying, I don't want to pay for somebody else's road. Well, that road, Park Road, is going to be a major feeder road. So don't expect everybody to be agreeing about a SAD. But as far as, and I'll try to make this quick because I don't want to be cut off, and give me a 30-second cut off, John.
Okay. Thank you.
And section 131 of Act 59, there's limits to, because Mr. Supervisor Hathaway, when he took my FOIA's request on Park Road about 1.5 years ago, he said, oh, did you read your deed? And yes, I have. And I've consulted about it. So there's the section 131 of Act 59. And that limits how people are assessed, even in a PUD or a condo. These are condo laws that were enacted in, I think, 1970. Well, it doesn't matter, 78. And there's no amendment to that. And it basically states that each, whether it's a separate condo or whatever, cannot be assessed at considering the same benefits as the people who think that they're going to benefit that live along Park Road if they actually knew what they're in for with pathway and culverts and all these other things. And then there's other condominium laws and HOA laws, and I think you're putting yourself in some legal, I don't know what your particular attorney has said, but there's some problems. And then there's some problems about who are the people that advocated on those Freedom of Information Acts that I got. And first off, the process, there's been no petitions even. And there's many, many issues. And like I said, if you're going to start telling everybody, I think they went high, they said 125,000. Well, if it's 150,000 and you're going to be trying to push those engineering costs on everyone, that's not how Michigan state statutes go. And there's about 6 of them that have to do with the deed, about SADs in general, just like every single condo, if they make any kind of improvement or.
30 seconds.
And it's right in there that a SAD has to be a specific benefit of a specific unit. So you need to go and figure out how you're going to force it on people. And a letter by Rick Tice doesn't count.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Next up is Rob Paxton.
Thank you. Some notes on tonight's meeting. Alan Green made a very declarative statement about how MDOT would never allow the residents to commercialize their property. And that was a very broad and declarative statement with no evidence that it's accurate or true. MDOT built that road. MDOT built that road when it knew that it was commercial industrial zone. Therefore, that road will be available for those people to commercialize that property. And I don't think you should take his word for it that MDOT will never allow that. On the salt barn, did they talk about the fact that they will make sure that no salt leaks out of that barn tonight? We asked that, I think it was during the planning commission meeting, because the original salt barn in the 70s leaked, and that's why the Paul's family and the Smith family had to go on to city water because their salt got into their wells. So please, let's make sure that that is not going to be an issue with this one. Is the budget and finance meeting canceled this week? The road commission, do they take care of their own salting and plowing of their own area? And if so, could you coordinate with the road commission to save some money? If they have a contractor, maybe you could coordinate with the road commission to have the same contractor and save some money. Maybe the road commission does it themselves. That would save a lot more money.
Yeah.
Item J1, you talked about if a dog kills another dog, that's a dangerous dog. It should be kills another pet, because if a dog kills a cat and there's a problem, they could say, look, the cat wasn't in the ordinance, so that's not an issue. So it should be another pet rather than just another dog. And after I'm done, Jess, could you please tell us what is written on the whiteboard? It's not visible, and there was so much noise during that discussion, we could not hear what was written on the whiteboard.
Yeah, I will.
We now have a treasurer, a deputy treasurer, and Nancy Colasanti. That's 3 people in the Treasury Department, and that happened the first time that was asked for. Rebecca Motti has been struggling in the Finance Department with no support. Can we please get Rebecca Motti some support in the Finance Department the way we have in Treasury? And then lastly, John Reiser, 2 times in these meetings, you have called the question when you were ready to vote and when you've made up your mind. Tonight, you did it by making a motion and drowning people out. That's 3 times you've interrupted the discussion because you've made up your mind. That is not professional or fair to your other trustees, because there's still discussion going on, and you owe it the respect to your colleagues to allow the discussion to run its course rather than interrupting because you made up your mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I can take a picture of the whiteboard and send it to you. Next up is Jonathan Greenberg, followed by Anna Combs. Jonathan?
Hey, everyone. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I wasn't there tonight because I don't know how well I would have kept my mouth quiet. There were quite a few. First of all, let me just say I've been living on Park since 1989. So I've got a bit of an idea of what's been going on here. Up until 2013, that was the last time I had a conversation with Doug Luan about it. I was told Park Road would never be paved. Park Road will never be paved because it is our border between growth and blah, 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 blah. I was told many times it wouldn't be paved and that the best I will be able to do is divide my land into 4 10-acre parcels. That was Doug Luan's advice to me. Of course, 2015 came along, and then all of a sudden we're paving Park Road. So let's not pretend that in 2013, when the initial SAD was written, that any part of that money was intended to pave any part of Park Road. Second of all, there was a lot of interrupting, and it's pretty interesting that the supervisor shushed 2 women and said, let me finish, but then allowed himself to be interrupted by Mr. Brazo on 2 occasions. It's just a double standard that continues. I don't even know if you notice it, but I'm pointing it out. The other inaccuracy about Park Road was about what happened in 2019 or whenever that Lou Kidder mess was thrown at us. You guys circulated a spreadsheet that I still have a copy of. I think it was $1,851 per resident that you were proposing we pay. That included traffic lights, that included sidewalks, that included crossings, and things that many of the locals said, yeah, we want to pave. We don't want the dust and stones, the dust from the lack of stones. But, you know, let's talk about it. Well, 1850 was a little bit much, and it was sold as a kind of, you have to do this because it has to be paved, and the rest of it's going to be paved. It was very poorly done. So to describe it as a few residents, as Will did earlier, a few residents had, a few silly concerns, or however you dismissed the conversation at the time or misrepresented the conversation at the time, please don't shake your head no, Will. I thought that was, you guys aren't really supposed to react. You certainly don't answer any questions I ask. You and Lou put together a mess, and it turned off a lot of people in the neighborhoods. You can shake your head as much as you want, but that's what happened. You made a mistake. You messed up. And now people are a little bit suspect of anything coming out of your board. That's just how it is. Try being honest with people, and perhaps that'll go a little further than your current streak. Good night, gentlemen, ladies.
Thanks, Jonathan. Next up is David Reed. David?
I thought Anna Cohen was next.
Oh, she put her hand down.
Oh, all right.
David Reed?
Yeah, this is David Reed. Oh, good. Trustee Brazeau came back. Just a note for Trustee Brazeau and Trustee Reiser. Regarding Park Road, I don't think you realize what you've done tonight. The supervisor laid a trap for you two and you walked right into it. The Park Road paving issue is going to be an albatross that's going to be hanging over the township for the next few years. And it's going to wind up costing the township, the residents, Arbor Point and French Country Estates a lot of heartache. And this is going to be a real mess. You guys got caught by the supervisor. So thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen and others.
Thank you, David. Next up is Maureen Richards. Maureen?
Hi, actually, this is Kathleen Brandt. I want to state that Liz Wiseman did want to be on that committee. I spoke to her at the PPP meeting. I also spoke to her at the LPC meeting the following day on Thursday. And she definitely wanted to be on that committee. And she was stating that she had the backing of the entire LPC. So I do not believe that, I don't believe Mr. Hathaway in his discussions that she said she didn't want to do it. I had a direct conversation with her. She did want to do it. She also recognized, as I did, that the nomination screwed up and failed to get LPC on there. So thought it would be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Rob, you have your hand up again. Oh wait, Anna Cohn, you're back. Anna?
Hi.
Hey, thanks for hanging in.
Yeah, my hand was from earlier, but I thought I would just jump in again. It's about the PPP committee nominations.
Please do, and I apologize. I wasn't looking at the hands outside of public comment, so please go ahead.
All good. I just wanted to add to the conversation that in the PPP charge, we specifically wrote that representatives from different committees are desirable. And we chose that wording because we wanted to acknowledge that with the start of a committee, we wanted to make room for people who are really eager to be on it, acknowledging that it's desirable to have representatives from all various committees, but it won't always be possible. And then, yeah, I will make a point to speak with Liz about her desire and LPC's desire to be represented in PPP. My understanding was similar to Will's, and I spoke about other ways that PPP could collaborate with LPC, because that's obviously really important. And we were thinking about an annual or biannual joint meeting of the two committees.
That's a great idea. Thank you, Anna. And Rob, you have your hand up. You've already spoken, but was there something else?
ENF meeting on Thursday, is it on or is it canceled?
I don't think we're going to be ready to have a meaningful meeting on Thursday. So As I understand it, it's up to me. Is that right?
You're the chair.
So then we'll cancel.
Okay. Mark says.
On the schedule on the website.
Yes, he'll cancel it and make sure the appropriate notice is on. Thank you, Rob.
If there's no further public comment,
And
then let's have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Riser, support by Noel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed.
Everybody's saying.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for joining.